What's good? 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 Welcome back to Boss Talks Podcast. Y'all know on this show anything goes. Hope everybody's doing all right today. Definitely want to say anybody that's out there upset. I know tension is to the tension is crazy. This trial is crazy. I will be honest, I haven't watched it all due to it being a weekday, as we all have to work and shit like that. And yeah, we all are busy. So some of y'all may be watching from work or may got lucky and got the day off. Today's opening arguments for Ozones trial. I kind of thought about playing the entire, like from the beginning. There's like two different sets of videos. I don't think a lot of people know that. I think they just thought, oh, boom, there's 3 hours. No, there's extra. So I'm gonna start off with I'm gonna start off with let's start off with this one. There's a few of them that I want to kind of get to.
You lived in the apartment 8 with Mr. Wallace, is that correct?
With my kids. He comes over to see his kids.
Okay. Did you live there as of a few months? Were you living with him there?
Like I said, I live with kids, and he comes over to see his kids.
Have you been, were you ever residing in that apartment complex, that apartment number 8 with Mr. Wallace? Would you characterize it as residing in that apartment?
I don't understand the question.
Would you agree that you were residing, meaning living there full-time with Mr. Wallace for 3 months as of June 23rd, 2020?
No.
Okay. Do you remember having your deposition taken on May 24, 2022?
No.
Okay. Would you, Your Honor, may I approach? Okay. I'd like just to perhaps refresh your recollection, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of page 7, line 25, over to line 6 on page 8. Okay? Do you correct?
Yes.
And then I'll give you page 7. All right. You can just go ahead and read. And it's line 25 on page 7 to line 8. Or excuse me, line 6 on page 8.
Back in June of 2.
You can just read yourself in. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that.
Oh.
Okay. Yes. Do you agree that the truth of the matter is back in June of 2021, you and Othal were residing together at 133 Avenue, apartment 8?
No, I probably said it wrong. In those 3 months, he's in and out all the time.
You would agree with me that on May 24, 2022, you showed up for your deposition, right?
Yes.
I think we went in person. You remember that? We had the state attorney's office.
I don't.
really.
I don't remember.
Do you remember being sworn to tell the truth?
If I remember the actual situation, how could I remember that?
Okay, do you agree that the specific question that I asked you was as follows on page 7, line 24? Back in June of 2021, you two were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment number 8. Do you agree that I accurately read the question that I
Yes.
asked you? Okay. Would you agree with me that that's a very straightforward question?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony here is different than the testimony that you provided on May 24, 2020?
Yeah, it's definitely different because that's not accurate.
So now your testimony is that he was just staying there sometimes?
Right, to see his kids. He's always in and out, traveling, doing whatever he does.
Regardless, it is the case that he was welcome in this
Oh,
parking lot
absolutely.
on June 23rd?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to be in that parking lot because from time to time he'd be safe.
Right, of course.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. And you have 2 children in common with Mr. Wall?
Yes.
He worked that day, it seems like the same hours you worked?
Yeah, well, sometimes. It all depends.
But on June 23rd, y'all got off around, what, 2:30?
I got off at 2 o'clock.
Do you know what time he got off that day?
I do not.
And would you have gone back to the apartment with him after the work shift and had some interaction there?
No.
Okay, you two parted ways?
Correct.
And the last time you would have seen him would have been at work at McDonald's?
Correct.
And then you said you had a phone call with him prior to everything coming to light with what happened in the parking lot, right?
It was a text message of him letting me know that when I got back from gymnastics practice, he wasn't going to be there because he was going to be with his other child.
Gotcha. And was that the case when you got back? He wasn't there yet?
Correct.
Do you know approximately what time you got back?
I would say no later than 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock.
And at 5, he's not back, but that doesn't alarm you because he told you that.
Right, he let me know he wasn't going to be there.
And in terms of this particular screenshot, there's a time on the top right hand side of things, right?
Yes.
And this is in military time. It's 2050.
Right.
Did you know that Mr. Wallace was in the parking lot at that time?
I did not. I was inside sleeping.
Ma'am, a few moments ago, Mr. Lewis had asked you some questions about a photograph of the vehicle that Mr. Wallace was driving there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I first, Lewis? Just first with one of the composite exhibits, and then I'm also, that hasn't been entered, it's IDAA, and then I'm also approaching the witness with what has been entered as exhibit. I think previously you had identified this as being consistent with your understanding of Mr. Wallace's vehicle. Do you have a clear observation of the rear of the vehicle?
What's good, everybody?
I see one side.
In terms of that, like you see that you clearly?
Yes.
Right, and then do you see anything on top of the vehicle that kind of distinguishing characteristic?
That I would recognize the car.
Yes. What do you see on the top?
On the top, I see whatever that little triangle thing is.
And let's just go with the triangle thing and start there. So on,
I'm going to object. This is the province of the jury to compare the photographs and make a determination. Not Ms. Lewis is not an expert.
I'm not asking for an answer, and I'm merely asking for her observations of the photographs. Do you see the thing on the top and next to the top?
No.
And how about the rear lights? Do you see the lights look different?
Yeah, they're completely different.
And how long did it take you to discern the connection? Let's start one second.
I think this is live.
Parking lot here. If I was
Like people
driving
about to
down
play the video
Avenue,
for those that
there
never
would be
seen.
no way for me to even know what was going on at this location if I'm driving down Kingston, right?
Correct.
You know damn well they better
And
say something about
in
two
terms
cops
of the orientation from
by the
the
end
front
of
of
the
this
trial.
vehicle to the apartment, can you tell the jury a little bit about how far that is?
Well, the parking lot is very small compared to where the car parks in the building. It's not really that far. The parking lot is pretty small.
And in turn, is the orientation of this vehicle such that if Mr. Wallace were to walk out, would he basically walk straight across the parking lot and enter into his unit?
Correct.
Okay. I know I've been there in the past, but just to give a little bit of a reference, is the distance between the parking lot and where you would enter into the apartments much further from where I'm standing to the wall that's behind you?
It's good to a motherfucking
It's
check.
about the same distance. It's that small.
And there's a car that's right next to this vehicle, right? In the picture below, right? And have you parked in this parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your experience when you park in this parking lot, the distance between one car and the other is quite maybe an arm's length?
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay. And have you ever opened up your car door when there's been a car on
Yes.
the other side of you? Is it possible for you to get beyond the open car door with another car next to you?
No, it's so small that I have to tell my kids, be careful, you're going to hit the car next to you when you open the door. Very small.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, if we look at this photograph right here, can you see the taillights?
No, see the front of the car.
Right, so the taillights are behind the car, right?
Yes.
Abutting the shrubbery that's all back there that covers up whatever's back
You
there?
can see the reflection
Okay.
of the
And
cops'
you can't
taillights.
see the antenna there, can you, ma'am?
No, it's too dark.
Thank you. No further questions?
Ma'am, is there a traditional parking curb right behind the vehicle?
Yeah, I got you.
Do you notice that in the bottom left-hand side of the...
Yes, there's like the little,
This is his Ozones
And then there's some space
Kyle's
maybe
mother.
12 feet between the parking curb and the shrubbery?
no, there's no space.
Okay. There's not any space between this curb and the shrubbery there?
No, it's like if you step past the curb, you're going to be in the, like hitting the fence pretty much.
And do you see anything in this particular picture that would obscure one's ability to look at the passenger side of the vehicle?
No, it's clear.
And if one was coming up to the passenger side of the vehicle, they would have an observation of the rear taillights that you look
I'm going to object as to speculation, Judge.
at. Nothing further.
I don't have any rereader. She's excused.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor. Please.
Today we'll call Sergeant Joseph first.
I'm just fixing those.
Basically, I mean, the body cam footage of everything that happened was 29 seconds long. I know the shit was edited.
We'll get some WD-40.
You know what I'm saying? Once a person watches it, it's obvious it's edited. When you think about it, how can a body cam footage only be 29 seconds long, right? During this live, it even showed the aftermath when cops pulled up and Jason ran at the cop that got shot. He didn't die until like later on. Not even that night. It was like I think weeks later. Don't quote me on that. It was definitely later on. And he was on the ground, making that type of noise, right? So he was like, I'm sure his eyes was even open, because they was asking him questions and shit.
Would you please
But
introduce yourself to the folks in the court?
his body cam footage should have still been on. Somehow,
In what capacity?
it's
What's
just
your
bullshit.
I'm a
But
parole sergeant.
How long you been with Daytona Beach
let
PD?
me let this play for a
over
little
21
bit.
years.
And is it all your, has your entire law enforcement career been with Daytona Beach PD?
It has.
Okay. How about walking us through a little bit the various positions you've had and what you've done in your 21-plus career as a law enforcement?
Originally started in patrol. Did that for about 2.5 years. I went to street crimes, which was a low-level narcotics, vice crimes thing. And then to special investigations unit, which was narcotics also, but mid to upper level stuff. And then I went to the high-intensity drug trafficking areas task force. Basically, it's a group of cities in the county, and they work upper-level narcotics investigations. And then in 2020, I was promoted to sergeant.
So tell me, what does a sergeant with the Daytona Beach Police Department do? What are your duties and responsibilities?
Well, you'll have a platoon of officers on nights, so they're usually a little bit younger. We train them, you review the reports, supervise calls for service that they're on, assist with complicated calls for service, counsel them if they need it, mentor them, try to create a positive morale for the shift.
Did you know Officer Jason Ray?
I did.
Was he on your shift?
It was.
Were you his supervisor?
I was.
And were you his supervisor for the entire time since you became sergeant until he was shot on June 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you working the night that he was shot?
I was.
Were you a supervising sergeant that night?
I was.
Did you have any contact with him that evening before he was shot?
Maybe in passing. No real conversations I recall.
Okay, so you don't recall any content of any conversation,
No, sir.
correct? Okay. And talk to us a little bit about his area of responsibility, or where he was assigned and where he might wind up.
We have 8 different zones within the district, and we go from the railroad tracks to the beach. And in between, we also have the river. So we have the Ridgewood units, we call it, and then we have the beachside units. So on the Ridgewood side, on the north end, you got 56 zone, 57 zone, and 58 zone. And then, so any unit that you have they're usually Charlie 50 something. But we also have 70 units that we use that are the more senior guys that have a little bit more empowerment to go to both sides of the river to help out on calls or to do other things.
Is that was that the situation with Officer Jason Raynor?
Yes, he was 77.
So he was free to move about in different zones?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the area where Officer Jason Raynor was shot?
I am.
Had you been there before? Was the location known to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Crime area, we do readings and also known narcotic location. So there's been complaints generated by the public in that area, along with other incidents that we respond to.
Place you needed to have a police presence?
Yes.
Would you consider the area, the parking lot where you found Officer Jason Rayner, is it secluded?
Yes.
Not visible from the road?
It's not.
Little or no lighting back there?
Yes.
Did you consider it part of Officer Rayner's responsibility to patrol areas like that?
Absolutely.
Now, it's a high crime area with shootings that are going on. Is that something that you and your officers face typically on a daily basis?
The shootings, maybe not on a daily basis, but quite often, yes, we deal with some violent crime, probably on a daily basis.
So, if that's the case, why would he only come alone, like they said, right? When did they do that?
Regarding a case,
Never.
stolen vehicle.
That's why I say he came with the second cop,
Are you familiar with license plate readers?
and there's proof of that.
And are you familiar with how they work as far as reading license plates? And would you agree, or is it true that these license plate readers have the ability, amazing ability actually, to capture a tag number and then put it in some kind of database?
Yes.
And did they also check that database to see if somehow that particular tag or whatever it might be was input in there for some reason?
Yes. Yes.
Now, let me talk to you about that a little bit. Did you use that database, or to help? What was your proficiency with pulling up that database and looking into it?
I was given access to it. I hadn't really learned how to use it, but I knew some of the other officers that did, and I would rely on them to help me with it.
And what about Officer Jason Rayner? Did he help you with it?
Yes.
Did he appear to know what he was doing?
He knew how to operate the system.
Objection, speculation.
Did he help you?
He helped me. If I needed something, I would go to Jason if it was having to do with LPRs.
And is it your understanding the bolo was distributed by email?
Yes.
Was it distributed in other ways too?
It was sent out through our, we call them MDTs. It's a mobile transport. It's our computer, and it's the system. They were sent out through that, and then also over the radio.
So it was actually broadcast over the radio?
Yes.
And I assume all the folks on patrol working that evening, their radios were operational?
Yes.
And was this bolo that we were talking about, was the vehicle described?
Yes.
The bolo, it operates some kind of description.
It was given out by description over the radio, and then, you know, on the MDTs, it would just list the description of it, and then on the email is actually a photo of the back of the vehicle.
I swear certain parts of the court is boring as fuck.
What about Officer Rayner? You said he was proficient with the LPRs in the database. What about his emails? You were a supervising sergeant. Did you have occasion to observe if he was conscientious or not about checking his emails?
He was, because oftentimes I would send out emails to them. He would respond to them. I've been with him at his vehicle when he had his emails up.
Is the purpose for sending out any bolo to the officers so that those officers will be aware of it and on the lookout for it themselves?
Yes, it actually BOLO stands for Be on the Lookout, so that's why it's being sent out. Keep an eye out for it.
So looking for a bolo, or looking for, whether it's a vehicle, a missing person, whatever it is, that's, you consider that part of the, within the scope of the duties and responsibilities of a police officer?
Yes,
A good thing?
absolutely.
Seeking to prevent crime, proactive policing?
Correct.
He looks crooked to me. That's just me, though.
Did there come a time when you became concerned for Officer Jason?
Don't let a gut bond destroy your day. Power up with new smoothie bowls. Choose between a pitaya or acai base, served with crunchy toppings and fresh fruit. Only at Smoothie King.
My computer, I can see where my officers' vehicles are located.
Okay. Were there efforts to reach out to Officer Rayner on the radio?
Yes, we called, there's some officers that called, and then dispatch called them again, no response. I told dispatch to put out an alert tone, which gives us radio silence, and then they do the loud to get anybody's attention in case you didn't hear it. You can hear them. And then no.
Oh, you said an alert tone. Does that tone, what's the purpose of that for the folks that hear? The police officers that hear?
That we're trying to locate somebody, or occasionally they can do it before a big call comes out. But the alert tone is in case, you're talking to somebody, you might not hear your radio, or the volume might have gone down, but you hear the beep, 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 and they get your attention, like, oh, what's going on? And then you realize they'll call your call sign again, and you're like, oh, they're talking to me on code 4.
Were you able to?
I'm gonna make the screen bigger. He don't look like he's had any sleep.
Location for Officer Jason, right?
It's from the Force Watch system. It appeared that his vehicle was behind the building at 133 Kingston. Force Watch. Force.
Just briefly, do officers, police officers, you, your squad, your crew, your platoon, do y'all have the capability of talking on the radio in the vehicle itself?
Yes.
And also on foot?
Yes.
And that's with would that be a portable radio that you're equipped with?
Yes.
Is that like the one you've got there on you're wearing now?
Yes, sir.
And is that a microphone on your shoulder?
It is.
Okay, and if you want to transmit, with that, you're outside of your car, interacting, whatever it is you're doing, you want to transmit, do you use your hand in order to transmit?
Yes, you have to come up and press the button on the side, hold it down, you hear a beep, and then you broadcast.
And you have to hold it down until you're done.
Correct.
Broadcast.
Yes.
Where were you when you heard or you got concerned about Officer Jason Rayner and you started this Force Watch or looked in that application to locate him? Where were you?
I was at the Beachside Precinct handling some of my admin duties on my computer. So it's just on the other side of the river.
Okay, and a precinct is like a substation or an office for the police department?
Yes.
It's not the headquarters?
No.
But it's for that area or vicinity?
Yes, for District
Okay.
2.
And so what did you do at that point, Sergeant?
When I saw where he possibly was, I put that out over the radio to tell the guys that were responding. We had everyone heading that way. And then I went immediately to my vehicle and started that direction.
You get that?
Yes.
So, once you arrive, what's your mission or your goal? What are you trying to accomplish?
To find out to make sure he's okay if he needs assistance. We were on our way there to help an officer.
Okay, and what happened when you got?
On the way there, one of the officers had transmitted that we had a gunshot wound to the head. I arrived. There were 2 officers on scene. I was talking to them, trying to get whatever information they had from him, because he was still talking to us somewhat, and trying to come up with a suspect. But at the same time, I was more worried about getting rescue there. So it's simultaneous, both things we needed to have happen.
Y'all, at the beginning,
Get him to the hospital.
they try to make it seem like he did not talk at all.
That was very traumatic was that very traumatic for you, what you were witnessing at that time?
Definitely a traumatic event for everyone involved.
For everyone. So, did you try to clear a way for a rescue to be able to get into this area?
Yes, I put it out over the radio to make sure that because a lot of times when we come in and we get to a call, everybody's quick to get there and we're parking our cars everywhere. And we have to go back out to move the vehicle so we can let the emergency personnel in. It's just usually how it happens. I was quick to put it over the radio, make sure it's clear. We wanted to get them in there quick. And then told another officer to go out there and also make sure that they could get in there unabated by vehicle.
Okay, and then what about once Officer Jason Rayner was taken and put in the ambulance, did you help clear away an escort, so to speak, so that he could get to the hospital as soon as possible?
Yeah, we told evac that we would block off the intersection, so another officer and I would go ahead of rescue and block off the north side and the south side traffic, so they didn't have to slow down, they could go through and then piggyback again and head up in front of them so they can make it to the hospital.
And evac, that's the ambulance service?
Yes, sir.
Oh, an evac? Okay. Now, there's another important thing that needs to be done at this point in time, right? Now that you know that Officer Jason Rayner has been shot in the head, and you're trying to figure out what happened, right?
Yes.
So what do you do?
Well, at the time, we were trying to get into his phone because we have the Axon cameras that are attached to our chest. You don't have, the individual that it's assigned to has access to it through a phone app. You can go in there and actually view your videos while you're writing your report, or that you can put in the case number and things like that. So initially we were trying to get to unlock Jason's phone. We weren't able to do that, so I sent the Axon camera with Officer Sizemore to the precinct, and that's where you're able to dock it. We have a secure closet. Once it's docked, that uploads it to evidence.com. So while we were doing this, I was assuming that video was going to be uploaded, and then I wanted to get to that to see what we could find out.
So you gave the body cam to Sizemore.
Yes.
Sizemore took it to Beachside?
Beachside precinct.
She docked it. What does that mean? Is she just plugging it in, or what? What does that mean, docking?
There's like banks of almost like a battery, maybe for like a power tool or something.
At the beginning, y'all,
plug it in,
they try to say
and then the light comes on it.
his shit was cut.
It's uploaded.
that his body cam was cut,
Yes, also.
and that's why it was
When you say
29 seconds.
secure area, what do you mean?
So for those that don't
Secure to get
know,
into the precinct, but then also there's a closet. It's upstairs. You have to use your key card to open that to get access.
they're fucking themselves.
Yeah, each platoon's got a different section for their cameras.
Is this something that's done every night at the end of shift,
Good.
typically with the officers and their body worn cameras?
It is.
Their mama red. You like that icon?
Did you?
It's a RIP bullet.
That video.
It did.
So there was a video.
You like that?
Yeah.
Where did you view it?
Initially, when I was at the hospital, I couldn't get service, so then I went to our main station at 129 Valor, and I was able to access it from there.
Let me stop you. When you say you didn't get service, that means you couldn't get the internet?
Correct.
You have to be on the internet in order to tap into evidence.com?
Correct.
So you did that,
Yes.
and you watched the video.
Yes.
Was it helpful in identifying a suspect?
Yes.
So what did you do? You watched the video. What was it you did then?
everyone was on the radio. They were all trying to figure out what kind of suspect we had. So as soon as I could get to a frame where I could get a picture of something, and I started with the vehicle, I would email that out to department-wide and also to the Volusia County Crime Center, so they could send it out further than that. And then as I went, I took a picture of the suspect, did that also, meanwhile asking if CID could assist with downloading the whole video. I couldn't email the whole clip. It wouldn't email.
Right, it's like too big of a file or something, is that
Correct.
right? So, but you were getting pictures out of the car, is that right?
Of the vehicle and the suspect.
And the suspect. Do you know if somebody used those pictures to help identify the defendant in this case?
I know they were used to identify him.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach for the moment? Yes, sir.
So far, y'all, they haven't said anything that I've heard. And right here, that I don't know if that's like I think that's the chief. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that, but for him to be able to have all this pull and be able to do all this shit, I'm assuming that he's the chief or something higher. He's high rank for sure. He was Jason Rayner's supervisor, so he may not be the chief. But regardless, y'all, the ones that don't know nothing about this, trust me, I've been paying attention to this shit since day one. Like literally when like within an hour of all of that happening, the June 23rd of 2021, I was on live, right? I hopped off live. Soon as I hop off live, I go to check to see how many views my show got, right? Then I get a notification, and it's Taharka Bey talking about his bitch ass, man. I swear to God, he could have been smacked for putting what he put, but he just put Ozone Othel Wallace is in a lot of trouble, and I'm like, what? So I click it, and when I see what it is, I'm like, oh shit! So I go right back live, and it was a late live. I hopped off live late, like 1-2 in the morning. I said, fuck it. I got back on to let people know, hey, Ozone's in a situation. They're accusing him of killing a cop, you know. And from the beginning, they tried saying that the reason the body cam footage was only 29 seconds was because he, meaning Ozone, cut the cord to the fucking body cam. So they're saying that he has a gun tucked away, scissors tucked away, or a knife, I guess, or whatever. Man, y'all, I'm telling y'all, hopefully within this live, they show the whole footage of the body cam of the situation so y'all can understand. If not, I'll just show the shit, you know, because I have it in slow-mo, fast. I mean, for real. I man, one day I was scrolling. There's like 16 videos. It's the same 29-second video, and I did like 20 plus different videos. And best believe I done sent that shit to his attorney because they need that shit. Nobody else was trying to do it, so I did.
Hundreds, maybe.
And they better use it. I'm telling you. If they don't, they ain't trying to help Ozone. Because there was a second fucking cop there. I'm telling you.
Are officers trained in how to recognize marijuana?
They are.
Tell me what you're looking for to try and identify or recognize what could be marijuana.
There's the sight of it, and also there's got a very unique pungent aroma to it.
Okay, so describe like you say visually. What are you looking for?
We usually describe it as a green leafy substance, but there's also buds and stems and seeds.
Okay. And there's aroma, burning or non-burning?
Both of them do. When you're burnt, marijuana obviously has a stronger smell to it.
Or is it, you're the sergeant that was in charge of this, you testified to. Did the officers that you supervised have training in the recognition and observation of marijuana?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that marijuana that a police officer is going to routinely come in contact with marijuana during the course of doing their job every day?
Yes.
Is that true for you?
Yes.
There, Your Honor, there is the video which hasn't been introduced yet into evidence. And this is disputed, of course, but there is what we believe to be in the defendant's hand, what appears to be a marijuana cigarette. Now, they could argue it's something else, but
It's called a
we
joint,
believe that, and we
dumbass.
believe that based on that plus, as we had said earlier, I think your ruling was we couldn't talk about, what's marijuana regarding, the Snellville search warrant.
Right.
But we believe that would be relevant because it's an additional layer of possible suspicion once Officer Rayner made contact with the defendant. And you can see, while I'm sure they're going to dispute it being marijuana, I think you heard it in their opening statement, I think it's fair game to at least make the arguments. They make theirs, we make ours. Yes.
All right. I guess in terms of what's before the court right now on a proffer, my objection would be that it's completely irrelevant. I don't know where we're going to go. There's not been a demonstrative proffer to the board or a portion of the video where there's going to be any particular identification. There's been no testimony from certain circs about any contemporaneous conversation on June 23rd about marijuana. So what we anticipate to be the case is 2.5 years after the shooting, then marijuana becomes a factor in the case, and they're trying to backfill in that, oh yeah, it must have been marijuana, but there's no real-time memorialization of any marijuana being suspected.
And marijuana don't have shit to do with this.
Nobody's going to testify.
Telling me he smelled that shit from down the road and made him pull into the parking lot? Fuck no.
Today, right now with Sergeant
Oh,
Search,
y'all.
all I'm asking
Most
is
of
to
y'all knew.
discuss how they might recognize marijuana.
Everything.
We have other witnesses, and when we introduce the actual
A lot, y'all.
video, then you can see visually what we're talking about.
Well, I'd rather have them come back and talk about this. I can look at videos and I can have a better,
Yes, sir.
a better feel for whether or not what you're trying to claim is marijuana. There's some sort of basis to it.
Yes.
Without knowing exactly what it is that you're going to show, I can't determine whether or not this is relevant. As of right now, there is no relevancy because there's nothing
Yes.
on the record that indicates there will be marijuana allegedly on this conversation.
Yes, sir.
So for now, I'm not going to exclude it,
Yes.
but I'll prevent you from using it until it becomes more relevant or we can talk about it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's take our break.
Okay.
15 minutes. All right.
Probably gonna have to skip most of this shit. Damn it. One second. Take this off real quick. So well, actually, I can't skip this. I forgot this shit's live. But I guess until that comes up, I'll speak on some shit. So, because I know there's a lot of y'all that don't know what's going on. How it all started, Ozone was sitting in his car. Doesn't matter what the fuck he was doing, right? Even though now they're trying to say he's smoking marijuana. Like, of course, they're going to try to say that. And, to add to the story or whatever, right? Because truth be told, there was really no reason for them to be in there, because you got to understand the way the apartment complex is set up, right? It's not like they could just be driving around and be like, oh, there's the stolen car, because that's what they're trying to say, is that there was a stolen car and that his car fit the description. His car was not stolen, but it fit the description, right? So when they walk up, and he sees him and he's like, hey, sir, do you live here? So he stands up. He's like, oh, what's going on? Why are you asking me, why do I live here? And he's like, no, sit. Like as if he's a fucking dog or some shit. Tell him to sit down and shit. And he's like, no, what's going on? Why are you asking me where I live at? And he puts his hands on him, like grabs him, and he's trying to force him to sit down. You don't have no right. Nobody has no right to do that shit. You know, like it's not like he was trying to run. No, he's like trying to understand what the fuck is going on, and he's trying to force him back into the car. All right. So when he stands up, this is what you see. This is what you see in his hand, a phone. The other hand, you don't see anything. What they're trying to say is, and this is what they did say, actually. They're trying to say, usually I have pins. Guess my son came up in here and got a marker, opened it up, and left the pin cap. So he better not have wrote on nothing, real shit, because I don't see the marker. But yeah, marker cap, right? And yeah. So let's just say this is a joint, a white joint, right? They're trying to say he did this. Basically, had the weed rolled up, took the phone, and then, which I ain't gonna lie though, if that was the case, that was smart as fuck. That was smart as fuck, real slick with it. You know what I'm saying? Just act like he's holding the phone or whatever. But in the video, they never said, "Sir, I smell marijuana." Nothing about marijuana at all. Real shit. So yeah, if he did that, that was super smart. But if he gets shot, and if let's just say, because I say that there was 2 cops, real shit. But let's just say that there was one. If he gets shot, now how the fuck do they know that he had a joint? Because I'm fucking telling you, on the body cam footage that they had, the 29 seconds, it's not 30 seconds. It's not 28 seconds. It's 29 seconds, right? It does not show them walking up, and because yeah, when they walked up, the cop had to have stopped, which he did stop right in front of Ozone. So let's be real, y'all. Any of y'all out there that smoke weed that are doing it illegally. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got a medical card or recreational, normally you still can't do it in your car. Now, if there's a state out there that is cool with you riding around smoking, I don't know about that state. The states that I know about, they treat it like alcohol. You cannot smoke and drive. So let's be real. If that was the case, he already seen a car pulling up. Headlights, that's going to make anybody's head just move up, regardless if it's someone that lives there or a cop, doesn't matter. Boom. Now you see, and then you see, oh, it's a cop, and they stop right in front of you. Okay, say you was doing something illegal, right? Okay, boom. Now you got to, do whatever you got to do to get ready. So it's not like they just caught him off guard. Boom, like, hey, I see the marijuana. They didn't say shit about marijuana. Bro, there's no proof. And if they say that, if they're trying to say that there was marijuana. I'm curious how that happened because what they said, this is what they said. They said he left in the car, he switched the car, right? Then he switched a car, and then he went to around Atlanta, somewhere around Atlanta. It was either Atlanta or a city outside Atlanta. Can't exactly remember. But so I'm curious. Okay, so are you telling me that they found the first car that he was in, searched it, and what there was some weed particles? If there was weed particles in the car or like little pieces of weed or whatever, that doesn't mean that was from that night. You know what I'm saying? Bruh, people that have ever rolled weed up in the car, sometimes a little bud might drop, and then you looking for it, you never find it, and then you don't find it because it's so small, and it's in the carpet or whatever, you know. So the marijuana situation is stupid as fuck to even sit there and try to put that on ozone, real shit. But let's just get the marijuana shit out of our brain because that ain't even gonna stand in court. Like it don't have shit to do with it. Because let's look, they did. I think they found him 3 days later, something like that, right? They didn't find him that night, right? So regardless if he had marijuana in his system, it doesn't mean that he was. I mean, they cannot prove that he was smoking. Like I said, they did not walk up and say, "Sir, now you are being detained. We smell marijuana." Nothing like that, y'all. I'm telling you, nothing like that. But I guess let me see. This is what I'm gonna do. Um, I'm gonna play this other part of the trial, and talk about that because this would be the part of when the cops react to hearing that a cop just got shot. And I want to say real quick because I haven't said it. I just want to say it real quick while I can. Shit, it looks like I need to get my charger real quick from my laptop. I thought it was charged up, but I definitely want to sit here and take the time out to say rest in peace to the people that lost their lives in 9/11. Yeah, today is 9/11 for those that kind of put that together. Yeah, that's super crazy to say that was 22 years ago. 22 years ago. That's crazy. You know, like of course I was young. I was a youngin. Like I think it was a third or fourth grade, something like that, when that happened. So, that was when I was a child. So as I'm, getting older, it's crazy to say, oh, I remember something 22 years ago. Yeah, it's crazy. So I guess while I'm gonna go get the charger, I'm gonna basically turn my camera off, and that will be a little moment of silence for the people that lost their lives and for the family that lost, people on during 9/11 and the long ass war that we was in, like 20 years, some shit, or almost 20 years, something like that. Long ass fucking war, you know. So yeah, let's take a moment of silence, and then we're gonna get right back to talking about ozone. All right, we're back. All right, like I was saying, let's see. Hopefully, yeah, okay. Oh no, I knew that dumb shit was gonna happen. Okay. Um. Yeah. What's good to the motherfucking chat? By the way, like I know some of y'all like you know have been saying, trying to holler at me, saying what's up through the chat, but I really didn't want to um you know talk while the trial was, because that was a live trial, and actually I need to be having that playing. That way I know when that trial, like, because they're just taking a short recess. So basically, yeah, I need to make sure I'm watching that. So, damn, I need 2 little stands. My damn desk is kind of wide, so it's like I got shit over here and way over here, but I'm not complaining. I love a big desk. All right, but yeah, like I said, what's good to the motherfucking chat? For anybody that's because like I said, I know there's some people in here that just don't know what's going on, but want to know what's going on, and there's people in here that know exactly what's going on, and y'all are upset. Please stay strong, and motherfucker. All right, well, I thought I was gonna get to play this, but it just came back. The live stream of what we was just watching. So give me 1 second, because yeah, I want to keep y'all updated on this shit, on live shit. Like a couple skinheads is up in there tonight or this morning. Sorry.
All rise, the jury.
Y'all see what I said? Skinhead right there.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. Shown defense counsel. Your Honor, this has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit I. Sergeant, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It's Officer Jason Rayner. Officer Jason Rayner.
I got this bitch nigga on stand. Get his motherfucking ass off. Shit. I'm tired of seeing his fucking. Like, look, you can look at his eyes and tell he's bullshit.
Your Honor, the photos. Tender the witness.
From examination.
Good afternoon.
So it looks like they underwent a considerable amount of training in your 21 years of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
One of the most important tools of a law enforcement officer is the powers of observation. You hear that?
The what?
Powers of observation.
Sure.
And part of your training, it's ongoing, is to develop how to discern between what could be potentially innocent conduct or what could be criminal conduct, right?
As far as being part of it, yes.
Yeah. You're trying to hone those powers of perception so that you can key in on something that might lead to an arrest or a further investigation. Do you agree with that?
I do.
And that's what bolos are used to assist in, correct? You would agree that it's equally as important for law enforcement to train their powers of observation so that they do not
Fuck.
overextend and
Hate busting rubber bands.
that might hit the wrong place at the wrong time.
Fuck it, though.
Say again?
Do you think it's just as important to use your powers of observation so as to not unnecessarily involve someone who's innocently looking like a suspect or in an area where there was a recent call for service?
I don't know how you'd be able to determine someone is or isn't.
Well, let's say, for example, you're familiar with this crime bulletin that went out, right?
Yes.
Right. And the crime bulletin talked about the vehicle, this gray SUV, right?
Gray Honda CRV, isn't
All right. And would you agree that based upon this information that any black female or black male in their 20s would be subject to seizure and interrogation in the city? Okay. And that's because it would be unreasonable to just capture every black female and black male in their 20s, right?
Right.
In fact, an appropriate thing to do would be to look at the specific information in the bolo and apply that to the observations, right? You would want to take in, you wouldn't just pull over.
You're not saying that you weren't mentioning that they were in a vehicle, right? You're just saying a black male or black female anywhere?
Right. That would be inappropriate to just pull over every black or black male or female in their 20s to look for this.
Of course it would.
Well, if they're in a vehicle that appears that it could be that vehicle, then you would investigate that.
Right. And the question becomes how close to that description is a reasonable pursuit or an unreasonable pursuit of that vehicle. Do you agree with that?
As far as what's reasonable and what's unreasonable?
Right. You're trying to use as many details as possible to determine whether it's reasonable to pursue this car further, correct?
Yes.
Right. And for instance, if an officer was going and looking for this 2014 CRV, they plainly saw that the vehicle was an HRV, it would be unreasonable to pull that car over.
If you knew the difference?
Right. So the point is, as a law enforcement officer, it's important to try to discern between...
Ant doesn't even need to be worrying about this shit with his bitch ass.
Or hassle someone that's not worthy of suspicion.
Yes, and I also know that sometimes bolos are close.
Fuck ass nigga.
If you're just getting it out through the air or whatever, so they're not always 100% accurate, but if you know the difference, then yes.
And you train your officers to make sure that they are reasonable when they're approaching citizens, right?
Yes.
You're not telling them, hey, if you're in the ballpark of a description, stop it, right?
Your Honor, would object to that characterization in the law court. I think he has specific questions.
It would be inappropriate if you learned that one of
I don't see it on ants.
ordinance was engaging in a practice where he was just being reckless with the information in a bolo and pulling over everybody that got close to the description, right?
Well, you're saying not close, and then you're saying reckless. I wouldn't put them together. If it's something close, and I believe that they're acting in good faith, then yes, that it would be okay to contact them.
So the issue is, how can you determine what's close and what you should disregard, right? That's what on the scene observations come down to as law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Did you investigate any portion of this case? Were you tasked with investigating anything, or were you just more of a first responder?
First responder, and then once the video portion was sent out, I was done.
In terms of police and citizen encounters, they're governed by policy. Like there's policy about how a law enforcement officer would
That that's really not his new channel. That's actually
Yeah, as far as your
Watchdog.
demeanor and, you
The
know,
people that don't like me, they're just working together. Trust me. He may have access to it, but trust me.
We approach.
Trust me. Like, why the fuck would he even? Both of them, Watchdog and both believe that they literally don't think that he's innocent. Coward ass bitches. That bitch Aunt one day wanted to come on here and say, "Can we can we just agree that he did that?" And I said, "No, the fuck we can't." His bitch ass. Anyone on here that is cool, and let them know I said fuck and stop talking about
And
ozone.
that involves advising a citizen, if practical, about the reason for the contact or the reason for them being detained.
it's not spelled out in any sort of way like that.
There's no policy at all that talks about giving a citizen a reason or explanation for an officer contact.
If you reach to a point where they're detained or not detained, you know, you're already at that point where you're going to tell them why they're detained. But just coming up to talk to somebody, you don't have to automatically just say what you're thinking.
Understood. If someone gets pulled over, or you're
And I will
there's no
be
policy that requires
covering this every time they have a trial for those that
Now, I don't know
are
if that's in
interested.
policy or not, but it is good practice if you stop somebody on a traffic stop to inform them of the reason of the stop.
And similarly, would you agree that there are times when it would be good practice if you're encountering a member of the public outside of a traffic stop to advise them of what you're looking for, the reason why you're contacting them?
It would be on the time as far as how you feel officer safety wise. A lot of times you don't want to point out something that you see that may be potentially something that may lead to an arrest or could be dangerous. You don't want the suspect to know basically your cards at that point until you can safely proceed.
And I think what you're getting at is that it's not unreasonable for some people to perhaps be nervous or on edge when they're dealing with law enforcement.
Some people are nervous.
And also what you just described would be a kind of de-escalation, right? You don't want to go in front of a person right away. You want to have a more tactful response.
It depends on the situation, really. I mean, if you have to take immediate action, then you take immediate action. But I know it's good practice for officer safety wise. If you see something in a car, I may not point that out to that person right then and there that I see something, because I know I might need someone else to help come and detain the person, or you know, the fight could start, or they could flee, and those kind of things.
And obviously, when you're arriving up to the point where you need to determine what information to give, you've already processed the situation and had time to reflect on it before you're getting involved, right? You're having some time before you're contacting somebody to see if they match a bolo, to see their demeanor, to assess which tactic you're going to use when you're contacting them.
Not at all. It flows as far as like if you're getting out to talk to somebody. Depends on what you see, what you're picking up, maybe what you smell, maybe what you hear, and things like that. There's not like a robot where I proceed to this point, I must assess. You processing maybe what you're seeing.
You're familiar with the term high risk stop?
Yes.
That is one that involves guns, right?
Felony stop, yes.
Multiple officers would be involved.
Yes.
It would be against the best practice to go and make a possible encounter with a high-risk vehicle alone and without any notice to your fellow officer.
No, not if you just stumble across something. You got to take action. I mean, if you think there's a felony in progress, if you can safely make that time to get other officers there, then and to tactically approach a vehicle, then of course that would be something you can do if you have that time.
Sure. I think the
I don't mind.
that's used would be
Thumbs
there's
up,
a difference
please.
between you stumble upon something versus you have some opportunity to observe it and then perhaps call for dispatch.
What I'm saying is if you're driving up and all of a sudden it's in your scene, like, oh, that vehicle looks familiar. So now you're into investigation mode, kind of like, what? I don't know what it was.
Sure. And you would agree with me that there's no possible way that when an officer ran on Kingston Avenue that he saw Local Wallace in the parking lot behind Kingston Avenue.
I couldn't say what?
You can't say that when Jason Rayner was driving on Kingston Avenue on June 23rd, 2021, that he saw Mr. Wallace's vehicle from Kingston Avenue.
I don't know when he saw, like where it parked, and if that was where he was on Kingston, no, you wouldn't probably see it. You couldn't see it. It's all blocked off.
So you
But if I can't say that he didn't see the car pull in. You know, that's what I'm saying.
do you have any information that would suggest that Officer Rayner saw the car pull?
No, but that's what I'm explaining.
You would agree with me that there was no 911 call placed by any member of the community complaining of anything that Oakland.
Will that be debit or credit?
Both.
What do you mean, both?
Yeah, what do you mean both?
He's complaining of criminal activity or suspicious activity at 1:30.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that he might be outside of the scope of his knowledge. Any call at any time that night, that community.
You can ask or you can only answer.
I'm not aware of the background and who knew.
That guy talking
and who didn't.
racist.
I can just say that night when it all happened, I don't recall, and I don't remember seeing one, that there was a call there for that.
Do you believe that the Daytona Beach Police Department did a full and thorough investigation into the shooting of Jason Rayner?
I do?
Your Honor, objects.
Okay. And in connection with that full and thorough investigation, you would agree with me that the basis of the encounter is a central role to everything that we're talking about here.
The basis of the encounter.
Why Rayner went back there, right?
So,
Is that an important issue? Why Rayner went back there?
It's part of the issue, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, there's no 911 call complaining of Oakland. There's no 911 call complaining of anything at Kingston Avenue, right?
No, but there had been plenty of complaints in that area.
Okay. Can you point to a specific call that took place on June 23rd, 2021, to which Jason Rayner was responding to that led him to the back parking lot?
No, I don't know why he was back there at that moment.
All right. So you're not familiar with a citizen flagging Officer Rayner down and telling him to go back and make contact with local laws?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not familiar with any facts that would give Jason Rayner probable cause to detain local laws?
I'm going to object to the.
why are you objecting? That's a legit question.
Were you familiar with the existence of this be on the lookout for the stolen vehicle prior to the situation with Officer Rayner?
I was aware of the vehicle, yes.
And you would agree with me that there are distinguishing characteristics between the vehicle at issue in the Bolo and the vehicle that Oakland Wallace was driving that.
I don't know the differences. There's so many new cars and they're similar in so many ways. So I could easily get them mixed up. I know they end up being two different vehicles. I don't know how similar they are.
And you would agree with me that the best practice would be for an officer to use as many of the powers of observation as possible to discern between whether a car that was going to be approached was the Bolo vehicle or was not the Bolo vehicle.
If you're just making contact to see what you may have, I mean, the vehicle was backed in. I believe that's the major difference between the vehicles versus what the front of the vehicle is.
And is it your testimony that the vehicle being backed in made it absolutely impossible to distinguish between the Bolo vehicle and the vehicle that Oakland Wallace?
I don't know if you could say impossible. Like I said, I don't know the vehicles well enough, and I don't know.
Are you familiar with any person within the Daytona Beach Police Department that investigated the reason for Rayner going and making contact with Mr. Wallace?
I don't know all the details of the investigation.
That's a damn crazy. That's he don't know all the details. Get the fuck off the stand then.
You mentioned before that when you came up on scene, you made contact with
Lying sack of
some
shit.
officers that had been the first responders, right?
Yes,
One of those officers was Amanda Dickens.
yes.
You agree with me that Amanda Dickens at no point in time told you, hey, Rayner just said he was going to look for that fresh signal pen.
I don't know what she testified to or if that's what he said to her.
I'm sorry if you misunderstood my question. My question is, let me back up. Do you have a recollection of when you first got into the parking lot on June 23rd, 2021?
When she was there, she was tending to her friend that was being shot. So no, we didn't discuss anything about a vehicle.
So before, when Mr. Larissa was asking you questions, I believe you testified something about you had contact with the officers and they gave you information, right?
They were trying to get information from him.
And you asked Amanda Dickens what information that she had pertinent to the situation.
Not directly to her, no. I was on scene.
Would it be unreasonable for a law enforcement officer possessing information about their fallen colleague to relay that to somebody like yourself in this situation?
You're talking about reasonable when her friend and zone partner had just been shot in the ground and was in the shape that he was in. I don't know what we consider reasonable of what her response would be about anything.
I think that's fair. Are you trained as a law enforcement officer to deal with high-stress situations?
We use simulations and stuff to try to recreate them, but it's not the same.
So do you think, is there a certain standard that an officer is held to if they're in a stressful situation as opposed to a non-stressful situation?
That's just plain human nature and how your brain works. You have fight, flight, or freeze, and some of your forebrain can start to take over in some of these situations. So where once you calm down, you can think clearly again.
But we can be in agreement that Amanda Dickens never told you anything about this Jason Rayner going to look for a stolen vehicle.
I don't recall that conversation there.
Are you familiar with any subsequent report that Amanda Dickens drafted memorializing that statement?
I don't.
And you sent out the photographs obtained from the axon, and then you didn't have any other further involvement in the case, is that correct?
Not that I recall, no.
Just a second. No, sir.
Thank you. Where does it state? Okay, so
We're subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to all the people that's been donating. It's been almost $2,000 since I've been on here.
Sergeant James Maher.
Was he already sworn in?
I think he was, yes.
the witness has been sworn. Loud and clear.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please take a moment and introduce yourself to the public here before?
My name is Sergeant James Maher, M-A-H-E-R.
Yeah, I knew you was.
And where you work?
I work for the City of Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long you been with Daytona Beach PD?
14 years since 2009.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
So your entire career has been with Daytona Beach PD?
Correct.
Any military experience?
Yes, I was in the U.S. Army.
How long were you in the Army?
3 years.
Walk us through, educate us about the different roles you've had, from when you started to where you are now with the Daytona Beach Police.
So initially when I started, I was a patrol officer. I ended up on a bicycle unit, which is a proactive unit on bicycles. I went from there to the crime suppression team, which is commonly referred to as like a street crimes type unit, prostitution, narcotics. From there, I transitioned to the investigation side. I was a property crimes detective and worked my way up to homicide. I was a homicide detective. I worked for the higher level narcotics unit after, the special investigations unit, and a violent criminal apprehension team, which is kind of like a fugitive unit and CST type unit. For a short period of time, I was cross-sworn as a U.S. Marshal during the fugitive side of it. And pretty much the entire time, not quite all 14 years, I think it's 12 years now, I've also been on SWAT.
What's SWAT?
SWAT is Special Weapons and Tactics. It's a unit designed to handle high-risk situations, whether it's a search warrant deemed high risk, not all search warrants, barricaded subjects, hostage situations, things of that nature.
Did you mention CST or crime suppression?
I did, sir.
What is the purpose of that?
The crime suppression team's purpose is within its name to suppress crime. It's a proactive unit that utilizes crime statistics, typically from CompStat, which is a meeting that we have weekly, to identify crime trends and try to curb the trend.
Okay. Kind of keeping an eye on the community and where crime's happening,
Correct.
and so that you can allocate resources to those areas that need it because of the crime occurring?
Correct. That would be the idea of CompStat.
Yes. Were you a patrol sergeant?
I was. At some point, I was a sergeant. I went to patrol for 6 months, and then sergeant of crime suppression team, and then sergeant of violent criminal apprehension team.
How long have you been a sergeant?
4 years. I've been a sergeant for 4 years now.
Okay. And part of your duties as a sergeant, you train other officers?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the proactive policing model?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Proactive policing means engaging in policing, looking for crimes that are occurring, keeping them from occurring, instead of the reactive side of it, which would be more like a fire department, if you will, wait for a call, then respond.
So you're not out there waiting for somebody to flag you down and say, hey, we need you.
No.
Right?
No, not on VCAT or CST, no.
Okay, so to talk about CompStat a little bit more, you said you look at crime trends. Can you be a little bit more specific about what y'all do?
So, as far as CompStat goes, it's a bi-weekly meeting, but also weekly is a staff meeting. It's pretty much the same thing. We'll go over that period of time, whether it's that 1 week or that 2 week period of all crimes that occurred within the city. It's for accountability purposes as well. All the command staff is there from the chief down, including the district captains, and so that everybody's on the same page. Everybody understands where these crime trends may be, and then each unit is held accountable, whether it's the criminal investigation division on where they are on a certain crime that occurred, VCAT, what we're doing to curb the trend, or patrol to step up patrols in the area.
Were you working the night that Officer Rayner was shot?
I was.
In what were you doing?
I was the crime suppression sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Officer Rayner?
No, not that night, no.
But you were on the same shift?
No, so I was on the same shift. I was working the same night. Patrol works different shifts than crime suppression. I was a completely different unit.
What area were you working?
That night I was called District 1. So Daytona is broken, as far as law enforcement goes, into two separate districts, East District 2 and West District 1. There's railroad tracks that run north and south through the city. I was working west in District 1. Jason was working east in District 2.
I want to talk to you a little bit about earlier in the evening before Officer Randall was shown. Were you aware of a bolo about a stolen vehicle on CO?
Yes, I was.
And how did you come to your
Through a bolo issued through city email.
Okay. And at some point before Officer Randall was shot, did you actually spot what you believe might be there?
Yes, I did.
Where were you?
West International Freeway Boulevard.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So the vehicle was slightly ahead of us. It was a silver Honda. I knew that there was a silver Honda SUV stolen with a paper tag. Positioned my vehicle to the point where I could see the rear tag. It was not the tag. It was a California tag. So I didn't do anything. It wasn't the stolen car.
And that Volvo had the tag number, did it?
It did.
And so you were able to actually see the tag and determine it wasn't a stolen vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So what'd you do then?
I don't remember.
Did you patrol or work?
Nothing with that vehicle. Correct.
Okay. So did there come a time when you became aware that there might be some concern for Officer Jason?
Yes.
And talk about that a little.
So as I spoke about before, Daytona is broken into two different districts. It's also two separate radio channels, primary radio channels that we use. They patch the channels together, which usually means something is happening. I also have a secondary radio that talks around jamming up primary police channels. My unit started scrambling and headed towards that area, and I still hadn't been 100% sure what happened. I went to the area. I saw a patrol officer on a perimeter somewhere in the area of Madison and Ridgewood, and I asked him, what are we working? And that's when he told me there was an officer down, officer shot.
Okay, so at that point, what was going through your mind? What did you do?
Going back, I mean, at that point, all I was thinking is, let's secure this perimeter. Let's make sure that we get dogs on the ground and people inside. Give us our best chance possible to catch this person without anybody else getting hurt.
Okay. And so, is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, at that night, were you involved later, involving another Honda CRV?
Yeah, so.
Honda vehicle?
Correct. I don't know if it was a CRV or HRV. Later on, as information began to come out, the bolo was given for a silver Honda SUV. I started looking for a silver Honda SUV for the person that shot Jason, and I found a silver Honda SUV backed into a drive with the lights on. As soon as I saw the vehicle began revving its engine, and somebody came running from the inside of the house where it was backed into and yelling, and I don't remember exactly what they were saying, but something along the lines of, "My babies." The vehicle then took off past my police vehicle, which was marked, and I engaged the attempt to traffic stop the vehicle. I ended up in a pursuit, believing it was the vehicle that had been involved in the shooting.
So at this point, you think you might have the suspect who shot Officer Jason Range?
At that point, I was convinced. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Based on the description or based on the photograph that you had?
No, I didn't have a photograph. There was a bolo given over the radio. I didn't actually have a photograph of anything at this point.
So you were going by the description?
Correct.
Okay. Did you make contact? What happened? Give us through what happened with this vehicle. Did it stop eventually?
Not willingly, but it stopped. It stopped eventually. It ended up in police pursuit. I immediately notified all surrounding law enforcement that I thought I had found the Honda. It was fleeing from me, that I was pursuing him. We fled through what we call 45 zone at Daytona Beach, which is the northern end of Daytona Beach, through a lot of residential back roads at a lot of high rates of speed. Eventually, we started working our way towards an area of Nova Road, which is more commercial and businesses area. The vehicle slowed down to turn into a Checkers or restaurant parking lot. I hit the vehicle from behind, disabling the vehicle. Occupants of the vehicle began running. We captured them, and it then was determined this was actually the stolen car that I was thinking about earlier, not the shooting vehicle.
Now, you had mentioned that you work with the crime suppression team. You're the sergeant, CSD, and also work with SWAT.
Correct.
Are you involved in training your officers as well?
I am.
Okay. And what's your goal in training the officers?
To accomplish our job in the most professional and safe way possible.
And what is your job?
Our job at the end of the day is to make sure that Daytona Beach is safe.
Were you familiar with 133 Kingston in that area?
Yes, the 100 block of Kingston I'm familiar with.
Okay. And why is that?
So Kingston, since I told you about 40 zone, this is 41 zone. This is also on the north end of the city by Ridgewood, towards the river. This is a high crime, high narcotics, high prostitution area. An area I was definitely and still am familiar with almost daily.
Okay. And when you're faced with a high crime, high drug area, how does proactive policing come involved in?
Especially in high crime areas, the proactive end is what tries to return quality of life to an area that's having an issue. Proactive policing it's such a broad term.
How do you employ it in your duties with your fellow officers at the Daytona Beach Police?
So as far as proactivity goes, if I'm trying to curb an issue, a broad issue, one of my favorites is accuracy by saturation or saturation method, which is when I bring my unit to a specific area with an issue and we enforce every violation they can find, whether it's a tint violation, a stop bar violation, a speeding violation, whatever it may be. We find that, in my opinion, it's like 5% of the population causes 99% of the crime. So if we do 100 traffic stops, we meet, and this is, again, my numbers, my opinions, we meet 95 individuals who are good law-abiding citizens. We create contacts. We put lights in the area deterring crime. And we have that 5 or 10 that, are up to criminal activity that we are able to engage at that point.
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've got what I believe to be state seal for identification purposes. This is a composite exhibit. If you can take a moment, sir, just a second.
It's good to the red couple.
You recognize?
I do.
How do you recognize?
So this is the vehicle that I pursued. This is the stolen vehicle that I pursued, believing that it might have been the shooting vehicle.
Okay, that was kind of at the end of the evening after you had seen a vehicle that you thought was a stolen vehicle and it wasn't. And then this time you saw a vehicle you thought was the shooter's vehicle, but it was actually the stolen vehicle. I don't know, did I get it right? Is that right?
I'm sure you did. I'll just reiterate because I was initially in the daytime. I saw a silver, gray, whatever Honda on Speedway Boulevard. I knew about a stolen one. I got behind it. It was a California tag, not a Florida paper tag. I left it alone because it wasn't a stolen vehicle. Jason was shot. Bolo was issued for a silver gray Honda. I found a silver gray Honda, fled from me, chased it. It was the stolen car. Not this is the stolen car.
Are these fair and accurate representations of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, that would have to do these in
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Without objection, it will be admitted as evidence.
And Your Honor, I'm like Sergeant Stars, I need a little help. We're going to put them on, with your permission, publish it to the jury. Okay?
You want to go through it?
This was at the, what did you call it, the Checkers or something?
Yes, sir. This is at the Checkers where the vehicle became disabled.
Okay. Yes, sir. We'll do that now. You need it to.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you knew Mr. Raymond very well.
Yeah, I knew him pretty well.
And the day of June 3rd, you did not see him there.
No, not that I remember. I don't remember the last time I saw him.
You had no conversations with him that day?
No.
And you had no idea why he went back behind 133 Kingston Avenue?
No.
You, Mr. Rayner's practices as a patrol officer?
I think I was a sergeant for, back when I was on patrol, I was a sergeant for, I want to say less than 6 months is a good.
And would you classify Mr. Rayner as being proactive?
Yes, Jason was.
I think he actually wanted to probably leave.
He did.
And then on the 23rd, you the only thing you did was apprehend a stolen vehicle from.
I would like to welcome
So it wasn't the only thing I did all day long, but as far as what we
to
were
the Boss Talk family,
You searched around.
the Captain Red Show,
I didn't find any evidence that night.
aka Red
Help
Squirrel.
with the perimeter, go to a location south of.
Yeah, approach around. We have one of the photos from what was just underneath that evidence as 610. That's the photo of the car that we
Correct.
And then we have another one that was marked, hasn't been put in there, which is the identification for the states. see any differences between those?
Yes. So this is me assuming, because I wasn't here with this photograph. I'm assuming that this is the shooting of Mrs. Walters' vehicle, California tag. This is the stolen car without the bumper.
And you see a difference between the rear door, the door?
Yes.
Quite a big difference, isn't it?
So I remember it's called the one with the California tag has no rear door handle, and the stolen car has a rear handle on the car, or door handle on the car.
Man, they need to get to some
And the area 133 Kingston Ave is.
better shit.
It is.
And you said that you like to go into saturation, which means pulling a lot of.
I want to hear some like better news.
So saturation really, the way I have 6
Oakley
officers,
shit.
I think it is 7 officers that work for me.
Understands the
We
first
work in a
aid,
small
but
group.
damn.
In other words, not necessarily, I'm not going to say we're going to go to Kingston, the 100 block of Kingston, but we'll go to the 41 zone, that general area, and do a lot of stops, a lot of interactions, lots of lights in the area. That way, we're there if somebody needs backup, but also it disperses any potential crime.
So you're out making contact. Look, most of that saturation, are you pulling people over, you're making contact with people? Is there a lot of just going up and saying, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Where you at?
So consensual encounters happen. Yeah, absolutely. I would, most of the time, it really depends. I mean, it really depends. I wish I could give you an answer on statistics, but it really depends on the situation, whether we're making consensual contact or, this is a traffic stop with reasonable suspicion.
Well, can you explain what a consensual encounter is?
Yeah, absolutely. So consensual, as a law enforcement officer,
Your Honor, be honest.
So, have you made what you just determined, what you just called consensual encounter?
yes.
Right, and what's, if it's not essential conduct, you're pulling somebody over for probable cause of reasonable suspicion.
Correct.
And when you pull somebody over for one of those reasons, probable cause of reasonable suspicion, you have your lights on, right?
Yes, to activate the stop.
Yes, you have your lights on. But in your words, as a consensual stop, you just come up and make.
So anytime essential, I teach my officers purposely not to block the person and to not turn their lights on. It's consensual.
And have you been in the location of 133 Kingston recently, from June 20th, around that time frame?
I don't know that I was in that exact parking lot, but that general area, yeah, absolutely. I even teach my officers purposely not to block the person and to not turn their lights on. It's consensual.
And have you been in the
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah, when you went to Georgia, were you there when Mr. Wallace was at Reagan?
So I was there. I was present. I wasn't on the compound. I was just outside of the compound.
And at some point, did you and I believe it was Officer Cassatt, did you contact with Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Subject to recall.
Subject to.
Okay, we call Mary Toledo. don't believe so.
Want to welcome to the motherfucking Boss fam, the real Red Mama. In case anybody doesn't know, anytime a new member or I get a new member, that's the shout out I give. I'll let it be known. And by the way, appreciate y'all to the red couple becoming members of the Boss now. I got that RIP cartridge right beside y'all's name. That's that bullshit.
Hi. My name is Mary Toledo. Last name's T as in Tom, Alluto. Are you working at the Daytona Beach Police Department anymore? Currently, no. You retired? I did. Congratulations. Thank you. Can you tell us how long you worked at the Daytona Beach Police Department? 22 years. What sort of capacity did you work there? I started off in patrol. I moved to the bicycle unit for about 12 years. I was also on motors scene, and I finished my career as a detective. Was that a detective in the crimes unit or officer? As general.
I'm curious to who the fuck is gonna be, or if Ozone is gonna have multiple witnesses.
Actually, I was
Y'all.
I got called out.
Jason Rayner has hundreds of
I
fucking
was in general
witnesses.
CID.
How can you
Correct.
have that many fucking witnesses and you wouldn't
Criminal
even there?
Investigation Division.
That's what I'm. It's just crazy. They've only had one person that I
got
know
called-
of on the stand for
Well,
Ozone.
I got called by one of the supervisors that an incident had took place and that they needed some assistance.
How long did you get from your resident to, I guess, you know where you went to?
Yeah, to Kingston.
How long do you think it would take you to get dressed and, I don't know what you do?
I probably was there within 30 minutes, not less.
When you arrived, you've heard a lot of testimony, but what did you observe about the scene when you arrived?
When I got to the scene, Officer Rayner had already left. At that point, the scene had been roped off, and I made contact with my supervisor at the time to find out, I kind of got just a basic call, just get dressed and get here kind of thing, and I'll tell you what's going on when you get here. So when I got there, I spoke with the supervisor. He said that, an officer had been shot, and we were still working on trying to identify the suspect.
When you say the scene was roped off, what does that mean exactly?
It's taped off and basically under Daytona Beach's control, the area, so that nobody can just freely walk in and out of there.
Is that sort of evidence in the scene clarity?
Correct.
What were you assigned to do when you got there by your supervisor?
Basically do another canvass of the apartment complex, make sure that we didn't miss anybody that may have seen something, make sure that anybody that could have seen something, whether it be important or not important, that we spoke to them.
I'm curious, did anybody see anything? Because they said no one seen anything at the beginning.
Canvas is going to be just knocking on doors in the area and just saying, hey, this is who I am, this is what has happened, this is the time frame that it happened, did you see anything before, after, during, just going right down the list of anything in that immediate area, talking to anybody there.
Were you assigned to do that at 133 Kingston with the apartments there?
I was.
Did you make contact in apartment number 8 with Lewis?
I did.
Upon making contact with her, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
In the course of your conversation,
she gave the name Wallace.
What did you ask for the name? Did you bring a photograph?
I did.
Did you show her that photograph?
I did.
Based on your, police work, your skills, and while you're talking to Ms. Lewis or during that time,
I just figured something out.
information provided from Daytona Beach,
This bitch didn't help me out.
who was involved with this,
They said they didn't know who it
Yes.
was until they got the body cam footage and shit and took it back. She said she showed up in
Yes.
30 minutes. And I asked somebody and they said it was Oka Wallace. Man, they are lying like a motherfucker on the stand.
Yes, a group text message was sent out. I believe the police department released a snapshot of the suspect from Officer Rayner's camera. They gave it to the apartment complex management, and the management company sent out a mass text to all the residents, basically saying, hey, this is the suspect of the incident tonight. Does anybody recognize him?
No, now you want to say it as if it was after the fact.
She looked down at her phone and said, oh my God, that's my boyfriend.
Yeah, the baby mom was on that fucking bullshit that night. I will keep it real.
Yes, I called Sergeant Karcher and Detective Denardi.
She talked to the cops way too long. And I don't know what was said. Instead of not seeing that complete footage.
Yes, she can be released, Judge. Yes, sir, she's from out of town.
He was on my delete. And we approached off the window.
I ain't lying, y'all. It's been a long day for him, bro. This shit started early. Like it would like when I woke up, first thing I thought of was like, I need to see what time court is. And it was already like hours in. And this is live. This ain't like a replay. This is live. Like they did 2 separate lives. Like the beginning was like I said, there's so much shit to like I'm not gonna be able to show it all. I definitely want to kind of go back because, bro, it's so much to watch. And the fucked up thing about this trial is to keep up with this shit. You have to spend especially if this shit is like, I don't know if this shit's gonna be every day or every other day. I know somebody that is there right now. It's in that courtroom right now. Just matter of fact, let me see if this person messaged me back. Probably no, because honestly, I can't remember what I said last, but it might not have been something that needed a reply. I can't remember, but they're there. There's people there. I know of multiple people that's there, but like I'm in contact with one. And I'm not gonna say who it is exactly at the moment, unless this person might come on my show eventually. But I know they asked would I be going live later, and I'm like, really, I don't like doing 2 lives in one day, you know. But I have, such as the day that all this shit happened with Ozone, June 23rd, 2021. You know, that's like I said, I was live. I did a long live too, and I was like, all right, y'all, I'm getting off here. I'm tired. I got off, and then as soon as I was like, I was literally crawling into bed, having a look at some shit. I'm like, wait, what? And opened it up, and I seen that basically the police was looking for Ozone. I'm like, whoa, hold up, what the fuck? So I know there's a lot of people out there that will try to say that Ozone doesn't know who I am and all this other shit, you know. Matter of fact, I think he even had went on to, while he was in jail, he had did like a video call with um, the turtle looking guy, Tarka, and he said something about he don't know me. Well, he don't know me personally, but he knows who I am. We used to have each other's phone numbers. We had each other on IG. We was also in a group. Like I'm talking about, like 5 or 6 of us was in a group text, right? So that any time something that happened around America, meaning if somebody got hung, because in 2020, y'all, to 2021, I want to say there was like about 15 black people hung, and they only talked about like 3 of them. And every one of them they ruled suicide. What black man do you know that knows how to make a noose and is gonna hang himself with the noose? I bet you can't name one. Like, bro, I mean, for real, I don't know of any black person that knows how to make a noose or even wants to know how to make one. You know, it's one thing to be like, and they don't teach you how, at least I don't think, they don't teach you how to make nooses in like Boy Scouts. I know they teach you how to do different knots and shit and in the military, but I don't think they teach you how to fucking make a noose, you know? But yeah, y'all, a lot of people still, me saying that right now, y'all's probably like, what? Close to 15, 10 to 15, maybe even more. I just know about that. Had got hung. And they never wanted to say, some hate crimes is going on. Never. Just like that NASCAR guy, they found a noose inside his stall of his car, or his car usually is parked. That was around the time where people was getting hung. Black people, not just people, black men. But yes, any shit like that, boom, it would get sent to that group text. This was before Ozone was in jail, you know. But because of this right here, yeah, look, when y'all see people put hashtag free Ozone, I'm the fucking first one that came up with this little hashtag. And now a lot of people, you know, that especially people that don't fuck with me no more because of a lie from these t-shirts right here, right? Now they saying free Ozone. How about you come up with your own hashtag? You don't fuck with me, you don't like me because of what the lies and shit that was told. Come up with your own hashtag. I'm the one that started saying hashtag free Ozone. Y'all could have came up with another hashtag, such as hashtag free Otho. You could have did that. But nah, motherfuckers is putting hashtag free Ozone. I'm the one that came up with this fucking hashtag. I'm dead ass. No one, when he had got arrested, no one was saying hashtag free Ozone. Might have been saying free Ozone or free Otho or whatever like that. But real fucking shit. I made these shirts. People was fucking with them, right? But then Remy, the guy that stole $20,000 from Ozone, when I called him out, when I started like exposing him, telling people, y'all, he's stealing money, right? Because there was $60,000 that was raised. He gave $40,000 to the attorney, Where's the other 20? You know what his excuse was? Oh, the fees to send that money and for holding that money in the like basically for that website cost $20,000. I know y'all ain't never heard of a fee being $20,000 on $60,000. If you got $60,000, even if like, bro, fuck no. A website where you're raising money is gonna charge you $20,000 off of the $60,000 you raised? Fuck no. You know, it was just, I mean, and it's crazy that they hadn't even tried to like go after this guy. Like because I said, look, there's two ways you can handle it: the street way or the legal way. And let's be real. No one was trying to go to jail. No one was trying, because there was so many eyes upon what happened. So if he ended up dead, they knew where to look. So no one was thinking like that. They was like, well, something needs to be done. I'm like, well, what needs to be done is, first off, before we like say anything, y'all have got to fucking damn, I had this fucking video pause. I thought it's my bad. But yeah, like before they damn, I was trying to thought because I just realized that this shit is live. And I thought it was paused. Sometimes they'll pause the shit.
We train in-house and new recruits on
That's some bullshit.
an entire shift, so it'll last 12 hours.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I'll get back to talking about that eventually. Yeah, 20K is a huge fucking chunk. And they still haven't done shit about it. Motherfuckers want to bitch about me for making t-shirts. For real. Got mad at me for making these. That's why I'm wearing it today. Because it's free ozone. And I want
You have to double press the circle button in the front of the camera.
Get mad if you want to.
I did.
Yeah, I got it.
That sucks. I don't even know who the fuck this woman is. I don't know if she's a cop. Yeah, what's good, DJ? Then we can't hear that, bitch.
Where is, can you point out to the jury where, is it the front, is this the front of the axon camera? So the officer would be wearing it in the center of his chest or his chest. And where is the activation button? This big circle button. Does an officer have to press it one time, two times?
So y'all, there's no cord.
Two times to activate, so a double tap.
They said at the beginning, they say he cut the cord. There's no cord. They're talking about buttons. That's the ones I know about. I've seen cops in front of me talking to me, and okay, I'm turning on my buddy cam. You should not be able to turn this shit on or off. Well, I mean off.
Yes.
One of those called a signal sidearm.
Yes.
What is that? What does that mean, signal sidearm?
It's a device that's mounted onto our holsters.
What is the purpose of that device that's mounted on your holster?
So when you draw your gun, it'll activate your own camera and other cameras around you.
My bad, I didn't know that, but that's crazy. That's crazy.
If you were on duty, hypothetically, and your body camera wasn't recording,
That's technology right there.
it would start recording.
Yes.
And if I was on duty with you and I was standing, say, this far away, would my body camera also activate?
Yes.
But his body cam was already on, y'all. So even if he drew the weapon,
Activates his camera, so actually,
that's crazy, though.
when officer double taps that camera to go on, does the camera actually record video even before the double tap?
Yes.
Can you tell us on that to the jury?
Yeah, I understand that,
So
Red.
it's
It's
a
just
30-second pre-event buffer where
they
it
should get fined
records
for
visually
covering
and
it up,
audio.
like putting their hand in the way of it. It's just,
No, it would not.
you know what I'm saying.
So you and I are on patrol, and I double tap my axe on camera, it actually goes
Sorry.
out.
I'm going to retract that. It would do the buffer.
Okay, it would be the button.
Yes.
So, in the example of you drawing your firearm, the camera goes on.
Yes.
And it would have the 30 seconds prior to you drawing your firearm.
Yes.
But it also works that way with the double tap.
Yes.
Now, is that sometimes that 30 seconds, sort of 30 seconds back in time, is that sometimes affected by something called sleep mode?
Yes.
What is sleep mode? Why do you have it?
So sleep mode is put our cameras into, it will not automatically activate with the signal sidearm or anything else. So you would actually have to manually activate your camera with your hand in order for your camera to activate on sleep mode. We have sleep mode in case officers are in the locker room or going to the bathroom or taking a private phone call, and then their cameras automatically activate.
Red, you know they was gonna say that. You knew they was gonna say that. Is this a replay? Is it a replay or did you just say,
No.
literally say something from the future?
I'm going to get a little ahead of myself. It was Officer Vander's camera activated on June 23rd, 2021. Was his camera on sleep mode?
Yes.
When officers finish the officer finishes the shift, what do they do with the camera at the end of the shift?
They upload their videos,
And how do they do that?
either with an Axon cord or the docking station.
So same docking station where it charges?
Yes.
Is it the same docking station also where it gets updates as well?
Yes.
And once they dock that camera, what happens to the video? The video that is in contact.
It goes into evidence.com.
And do officers tag their videos?
Yes.
How do they tag?
They're tagged either on evidence.com or through their cell phone.
And when I say tag, what does that mean?
It means putting a case number and a title to their video.
So an officer, if they pull somebody over speeding, they can't upload that video, they put the agency number from that speeding stop.
Correct.
After an officer, when an officer uploads a video, docks and uploads, can they edit that video in any way?
No.
And do officers have the ability to see their videos before it's docked through their own cell phones?
Yes.
And how does that?
So it is through Bluetooth connection, the body cam and cell phone, and they can view it on their cell phone until they dock it. And then once it's docked, it's completely deleted out of the cell phone. So it's in evidence.com.
Okay, so once it's docked, the video is no longer there. It's in only evidence.com.
Correct.
And were you the Axon administrator back in June of 2021?
Yes.
Do you know Officer Patrick Burleson equipped with an Axon camera the night the officer ran the shot?
Yes.
Do you know the contents of his Axon camera uploaded and tagged in relation to this case?
Yes.
Did that Axon camera accurately record the date and time?
Yes.
Were there any technical problems that you're aware of or issues with Officer Burleson's camera on June 23rd?
No.
Did Officer Burleson's camera, have you reviewed the footage from Officer Burleson's camera?
Yes.
Did it capture his finding Officer Jason Maher behind him on 30 years?
Yes.
And Approach the witness, Your Honor. Approach the state's and for identification. And Nancy. Do you recognize that
got my initials on it.
Does it also have a date?
Yes.
Have you watched the content of that DVD?
Yes.
What does it contain?
It has Officer Erlinson's finding of Officer Rayner on it.
Is it a shortened version of Officer Burleson's body-worn camera video from that night?
Yes.
So it's a minute and a half, 2 minutes long, something in that regard, does that sound right?
Yes.
And is this video that was on this CD consistent with the video that was uploaded by Officer Burleson to Axon.com?
Yes.
Around this time, it states 10 in evidence. That's the next number.
Yeah, I object under Crawford, under the elbow, it's testimony of
Just this time, we'll move to publish. But now in evidence, case 11.
Essentially at 10:30, that's correct. Where is he? I said Central Rescue. Where is he? Second gunshot wound. Who shot him? Come on, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be all right. Yeah, upside down. He's shot.
I don't know why the fuck it keeps pausing. Making me mad.
Hey, talk to me, man. Talk to me, Jen. Where's the guy who shot him? Who shot him, buddy?
Y'all listen, y'all.
Just hold on, buddy. Just hold on. Central Rescue Code 3. See if we can hear him. Oh my goodness. Get some old pressure.
He got my shirt. He got my shirt. He got his shirt. He got my shirt. He got my shirt.
Hey, 10-3.
Damn, man.
Gunshot wound to the head and one on the chest. Come on, man. Just keep talking to me, buddy. Just keep talking. Get rescue here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy.
Why the fuck you pause it?
And in that video, Officer, did you actually see Officer Ellison with his firearm drawn?
Yes.
To your knowledge, Officer Rayner
Appreciate that, Rondi.
body on camera when he was shot on June 23rd of 2021.
Yes.
Were the contents of this camera uploaded and tagged related to this case number or the only case?
Yes.
Was his actual camera also placed into evidence?
Yes.
Did Officer Rayner's Axon camera accurately record the date and time on June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were there any
Y'all can't hear?
Officer Rayner's camera on the night of the shoot?
No.
Before going into the actual video, I want to talk to you a little bit about your Axon.
Y'all can't hear?
An Axon audit lists all the events that occur when an officer utilizes their Axon camera.
Y'all can't hear?
Would it include, for example, if it was in sleep mode?
Yes.
You know that Officer Rayner was in sleep mode then?
Yes.
Is another one of those things that the Axon audit will capture the signal sidearm notification.
Yes.
And it'll capture that regardless of whether it's in sleep mode on the bottom.
Yes. to look at the app to get the exact.
Do you have it with you? To refresh your recollection of the look?
Yes.
That's the DEC. Did you refresh your recollection?
It was at 8:54 and 47 seconds.
Between 8:50 and 36 seconds, when the video starts in relation to this incident, and that signal sidearm at 8:54:47, are there any other signal sidearms on the arm?
Between 8:50 and 8:54, no, sir.
Are there any notifications that the taser was drawn and charged on that arm?
No.
Is that something the audit would also capture?
Yes.
Now, in preparation for your testimony in this case, did you take a close look at the timing of Officer Erlinson's video in relation to that signal sidearm that's indicated on the audit from Jason Rayner's body worn camera?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
That it was about the same time.
So when we see the officer, the jury sees Officer Erlinson draw his gun running out to Officer Rayner, that's the signal sidearm we see in Officer Rayner's audit?
Yes.
Let me go back now to talk to you a little bit more about Officer Jason Rayner's body on camera. Was his camera docked in the video publicly?
Yes.
And that very night was that video disseminated to detectives and investigators immediately after y'all got it?
Yes.
And approach your honor?
You ready?
Showing you now with mark for identification that states M and Maher. Saying, do you recognize that DVD?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
My initials?
Does it also have a date?
Yes.
On that date, did you review the contents of that DVD?
Yes.
And what does that DVD contain?
Officer Rayner's interactions.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the body worn camera video that was uploaded from the body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move state M as in Mary in that instance.
No objection. No objection. Without objection, the bid is
Your Honor, at this time I would move to publish state 12.
How's it going?
Oh, look at
Do you live
this.
here?
You see the other cop right there?
Do you live here? Oh, yes. What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop. Come on now. Sit.
Tell me if he did anything wrong.
Why are you asking me that? Do you live here? What's going on though? Who? Charlie 77. No, back. Stop, man.
Wow, they fucking lied. They said there was only 29 seconds. I knew that there was more. They lying up. Oh my God. Fuck the cops. Oh my God, fuck the cops.
In preparation for trial, you didn't close the trial date. Did you send a copy of
I'm pissed the fuck off. Y'all, I called the Daytona police. I mean, bro, I would have like 500 people on here, right? Around this time. We was one question. We was one answers. We was one fucking answers. Damn, I'm gonna end up breaking this fucking glass. I asked him, I said, so the body cam footage is just 29 seconds long. That's it. Like, there's no more. Like, y'all's not just hiding shit. They said it's only 29 seconds because it was cut off. That extra shit at the end, where he was on the ground doing all that shit, first time I ever seen that shit. And y'all, for everyone that's, watched this already, like, watch that video, I'm pissed the fuck off.
Hello.
Lying son of a bitches. I can't fucking wait. That Ozone's attorneys better use the fucking shit that I gave them. I swear to God, they better fucking use it. Because if they don't,
Private phone call.
I really believe they don't really want him to. Because what I gave them, I promise you, it's a fucking.
It's that.
Some type of defense.
It's for the office.
It's an argument. It's hey, what's going on here? It's some extra shit.
Yes.
That I sent to him. They didn't reply back after that. Like, I talked to him on the phone and everything. He wanted what I had. I sent it to him. We didn't talk again. Which I'm sure he ain't going to be like, oh, yeah, we can use this. They're not going to tell what defense they're going to do, but...
Cannot speak for him.
Oh, my God, y'all. And I bet there was more
I don't
than
know what
that.
he was doing.
I had even said, there should be... The body cam footage should still be going when the cops show up to help them. And then when they turn it off is when it ends. They lie. Oh my God. I could punch his fucking glass, y'all. And I got them on video lying. I did this shit live. I called the cops live. I don't call cops ever. So I'm like, should I do it, y'all? I did it on live. I'll have to find that like timestamp. I did that shit live, y'all. And said it. So there's only 29 seconds, right? He said that's correct. Well,
Yes.
I hope they eat their ass alive with all these fucking lies they've been telling all damn day. Because there's proof, y'all. There's proof of them lying. They can use my footage if they want. Pieces of shit. Pieces of fucking shit.
Yes.
And then we go down, and at 8:31 and 13 seconds, skip mode begins. And that would have been, I should say, item 156.
Yes.
This game, you're not ready.
Yes.
So we don't have any idea what happened 30 seconds before Mr. Rayner enabled his recording.
So Daytona police don't have dash cam. They only have body cam. Trust me, I wanted the dash cam or to see the dash cam footage because that would have helped a little bit more. Or
Yes.
maybe. But they was like, we don't do dash cam.
Because he keeps putting it in sleep mode, we don't get to see that 30 seconds leading up to when.
I'm telling y'all, there was 2 cops there. I have the footage broke down slow mo. You got to slow it down.
And then he stated
Sometimes that's what you got to do.
The sidearm, does the sidearm activation start when you push the button, when you push the latch forward, or when you do the third part, or is it before you actually pull out the fire?
Could you repeat that, please?
Well, it's a 3-step process to get the handgun out of the holster, right?
Yes.
So you stated that when you have a sidearm alarm, that it starts recording when you push the first button, when you do the second phase, which is move the latch forward, or is it the third phase when you hit the third phase, the jet button, or is it when the gun actually comes out of the holster?
When the gun actually comes out of the holster.
And then as far as the taser alarm actually doesn't start or go off until you actually discharge the taser. Is that correct?
No.
When does it come out?
When you turn it on, it activates the cameras.
When you turn it on? Or when you take it out of the holster?
When you turn it on.
Well, the gun doesn't turn on until you take it out of the holster.
Correct.
But the taser turns on early?
The taser, when you turn the taser on, it activates the cameras.
So you'd have to have the taser out of the holster, turn it on, and then then it starts recording, right?
Yes.
So by moving the latch on the taser forward, that would not start the recording.
No.
I'm so fucking pissed off. Just because, I mean, I know cops lie and shit, but whenever it comes to a death penalty case like this, and people could try to say that it's not that big of a deal. When they say it was 29 seconds, doesn't matter if they're like, oh, we're just gonna save this for court. No, they put on the news there's only 29 seconds and all that shit because they said that it was cut off, and that Ozone cut it off. That's what they said. That he turned it off. Y'all. And I know they edited the video. There's never any time where the body cam footage comes out as fast as their body cam footage came out. I'm telling you.
It can be. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you would think in today's time they would have dash cam and 4K body cam. 4K. Should be no blurry shit going on. You know what I'm saying? It should not. This is people's fucking lives. What up, Bo? Man, Shoemaker. For those who don't know, the attorney sitting on the left of him, that's Shoemaker. Jerry Shoemaker, I think, or Jason Jerry or Terry. Sorry, Terry Shoemaker. That's the main attorney. Yeah, he better win. He better win, bro. And y'all, it's September 11th. Y'all know they said that they told the jury that this trial should be over by September 30th. Think about that. Basically within 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. They're going to have a decision. That to me is too fast of a trial. I don't know. This is a death penalty case. That's why I recommend the USCCA, because your shit will be paid for as long as it's self-defense, and they're going to have you in court looking good.
Sergeant Ryan Forrest.
Suit, tie, all that. You have to.
Daytona Beach.
Be
I've been there since
in the USCCA.
2012, so 11 years.
I'm tired of seeing cops. 1 second. I'm gonna let this play. I'm my daughter's
At the
home.
time I was
I'm gonna go
a patrol officer. I was working on the west side.
give my daughter some loving real quick. You know, that's what a real
The
dad
west side
does.
of Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach is split into two at the railroad tracks. So everything west of the railroad tracks is considered the west side, and I was working on the west side of that.
Would that have been in the area, maybe restricted lives, folks driving at 95 where the Bucky's would be?
Bucky's, Tanger Outlet.
Okay. So in that area?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, did you hear a call on the radio?
Yes.
What did you do when you heard the call on the radio?
So I happened to actually be in the area of the Tanger Outlet. I heard Central come across the radio and say that an officer was down. They didn't really have a lot of information at the time. They said there was an officer down.
What did you do in relation to that?
I just kind of like listened to the radio a little bit more, and once confirmation that there was an officer down, units started responding down there. I went directly to the hospital instead of going to the scene. Generally, usually we do have shootings in Daytona. We send somebody to the hospital for security, family, to get a statement from the victim, notify the hospital that.
Hold on, sorry. If they're predicting what?
When you arrived at the hospital, did you speak to the head nurse to find out what was going on?
I did speak to the charge nurse and told her that had an officer down and coming in.
Did you stand by the hospital until Officer Rayner arrived?
Yep, after I told the charge nurse the ambulance actually had called in, I waited by the trauma wards for Officer Rayner.
Did you see Officer Rayner when you arrived?
Yes.
Were you present when the clothing from Officer Rayner was collected and was provided to you?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, that's what they told the jury when they were doing jury selection. Because people was like, "Oh, well, blah blah blah. I got school, and all this, but I don't start until like October, or it was something that they didn't start till October." And he's like, "Oh, we'll be done by September 30th." And I was like, "What?" Like, that's just what they said. I don't know if that's for sure, but that's what they said during jury selection. That's crazy, bro. Decide someone's life in that short period of time, not even a half a month. What is a half a month? So,
I'll show you what's in evidence or the 13. If you can just is this Officer Rayner's uniform similar to yours? Is this the top of his uniform?
Yes, this would be the standard issue Class B uniform that is issued to all officers.
so what are they trying to show? Blood? Because he got shot in the head, so it's not like he has holes.
Second part of the composite. This is with these pants and stuff.
The pants looks like a keeper and a shirt stay.
When you collected these items, sir, where did you take them?
I was requested to, I was handed the items at the hospital. I took them, they were placed in a brown paper bag. I had to bring them to the courthouse on Ridgewood Avenue. For FDLE was responding to take them back.
Did you respond to the courthouse at Ridgewood Avenue?
I did respond to the courthouse, yes.
Ultimately, and folks don't really know where the courthouse is. That's the main courthouse for the Daytona side of Louisiana County.
Yes.
When you arrived there, did you have anyone to the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Initially, no. I had to go pick up, there was another piece of evidence I had to pick up. I did then respond over to the area where I met Deputy Cartagena from Orange County.
Did you provide him this uniform and also that subsequent
Yes, there was a helicopter involved to get these items up to FDLE.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Officer, did you take any, and I certainly understand it was chaotic night, but did you take any photographs of either the pants or the uniform prior to collecting them for evidence?
Not.
And you'd agree optimal, best practice would be to take photographs before collecting?
It was already in the bag.
Okay. And that would have been this bag?
That is correct.
And so the submission was in the bag, and this is for presentation purposes, okay?
Yes.
Do you have any specific information about why Officer Rand responded to one?
I don't have the act outside the scope of relevance.
There's a knife in the pocket.
Yes, there is.
Is that a standard issue knife? Do you know anything about?
It's not issued by the police department. However, we do carry knives for a multitude of things, general tools.
Nothing further on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any plea or?
No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn at this time. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Remind you once again not to talk about the date with anybody. Or we're going to want to do so. I'll try to have some documents. Good. All right, see you tomorrow.
What's good, son? So, I'm not sure what the fuck. It sounded like they said some shit as if we'll pick up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I think that's what I heard. So I'm assuming trial is gonna be every day. Man. Yeah, it's over. Man, I don't know why my YouTube be doing this shit. It just pauses.
All rise to the jury.
Now I probably will be showing some more video because yeah, I didn't show it all. Y'all, this is look, I've been on for 2 hours and 43 minutes. This particular video, I don't even fucking know how long this one is, because this is a separate live. Like they had one live going on, and I guess they took a recess, and then I came back and started another one because I thought it was over with earlier. I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna be reacting to what already happened. That's fucked up, y'all. After all that, he pretty much has to go back into pretty much has to go right back into jail. All right, before I continue playing some video, let me chop it up with y'all for a little bit. I'm gonna put the link in here as well. Sorry, y'all. All right, let me pin that real quick. So yeah, so today, man, like I was saying earlier, the one thing that I'm super pissed off about when it comes to all this is about the 29-second video. I'm gonna try to find that. So next time I do go live about this, I'm gonna try to show y'all. Whenever I fucking call down to the Daytona Police Department, and because see, all right, so he got caught and arrested in around Atlanta, right? I can't remember if it was. I think it was Atlanta. I honestly forgot where I called, because he wasn't there long, and I think I only had to call one time because see, we was worried because since it had to do with him being accused of shooting a cop, right? We all know how it works. Cops stick together. They're a gang, right? They're like the world's biggest or the country's biggest gang, right? So they're gonna stick together. It's legit. It's for real. Even if a person say if he hits a cop or beats up a cop, when the backup comes, they're gonna beat the brakes off of him just because he hit that cop. So imagine the rage. We knew the rage that they were gonna have, assuming that that's what he did. So we was like, nah. Everybody that can call down to. I mean, we called so much they stopped answering the phone. That we made it an issue. They wasn't just like saying, "Oh," I mean, because it was people calling from all over the country. Maybe even from around the world, like Canada and shit like that. So many people was calling. They stopped answering the phone. I'm not talking about 911. I'm talking about literally the police department. They stopped answering the phone, which when you think about it, that could have been an issue for anybody that was actually needing the police department, which I know they could have called 911, but sometimes people rather just call the police department on certain shit. They stopped answering. But that means they also, from doing that means that they stopped answering questions. And that's really what I feel like what it was. But well, no, this was actually Daytona that stopped that. Where he was in Georgia, we was calling to make basically a welfare check. To be honest, that's really the only reason, or most of the times we called was for a welfare check. You know, because you can call down there and be like, "Hey, we want a welfare check done or whatever," because they can be sued. You know, like if they're beating the fuck out of them, and someone calls and they're wanting a welfare check and they don't do it, or if something happened and they did something, yeah. So when a lot of people call and are constantly saying we want a welfare check, they have to send someone over and then send someone to go check on him. But he was being checked on every 15 minutes. But I think since so many people called, they was like, all right, this person is somebody. This person is respected or known by a lot. So yeah, they knew not to do nothing. But see, uh, hold up, yo. Once, I'm sorry, just 1 second.
You know what I mean?
All right, sorry about that. Basically, just got a phone call, bullshit ass phone call that pissed me off. Um, I'm not even gonna speak on it. Like, fuck y'all know how it is when a motherfucker owes you money, and they want to say some shit like, I'm sorry, my paycheck was short and type shit. That's why I said, hold up. Like, because at first, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just, they're calling because they owe me money. So I'm like, it's usually just a, hey, I got your money. But no, whenever as soon as I heard, you're gonna kill me, and I was like, what? You're gonna kill me. I had to hear this the last time. What? It's just fucking bullshit. Like $90 short. Oh, you best believe the way I collect, there's a major interest on it, and yeah, I don't play around about my fucking money. But anyways, I'm not even gonna talk about that. Once I get off here, I'm gonna show up to their motherfucking house, let them know how I fucking feel, because they need to see me. But yeah, like I said, what pissed me off most about this shit was a line about um the body cam footage. Like, if they didn't want people, if they was like, okay, we're just gonna tell them this so that we can use it for court, they should have just never showed it at all. This is what happened. They wanted to get ahead of the situation because Ozone couldn't be found. So they was like, there's no telling, he could be out there telling people what happened. See, I don't know if Ozone is ever gonna say, no, there was 2 cops there. You feel me? I hope that that's what he says, because that's what I saw on the video. I also told the attorney that there was 2 cops there, you know? And now when I told him that, of course, he's like, whoa, like, if what you're saying is true, that's gonna help. And I said, I'm 90% sure that it's gonna help, type shit, and I of course he isn't gonna be like, oh, thank you so much, yeah, this will help. They're not gonna say that what they're gonna do in court. So I don't know. I don't even know if Ozone is ever gonna have to get up on the stand, you know, or if they're gonna not want him to. I don't know, but it would be real nice to, because just like Ozone, I'm sure his attorney said, when you're talking to people outside, like the people that support you, don't tell them nothing about the case, because I mean, this is his life he's dealing with. So it's not like he's just going to be serving like 5 to 10 years. No, they're trying to kill him, give him the death penalty, not life in prison, the death penalty. So yeah, I believe that just that alone, if they was to say in court there was a second cop there, that's major. That's fucking major. I mean, that could happen. That could happen where they're like, no, we don't want you taking the stand or whatever. But if Ozone, because like I said, if all right, say if, Because I can show y'all the video right now. Those that haven't seen, and slow it down and be like, because if I slow it down and show you what to look for, and then I play it in the fast, the regular, like, the fast play, just regular mode, you will fucking see that second cop every time. And not only see him, you'll actually see him walking. You'll see him walking along the side of the car, turn his flashlight on because he's walking behind the back. Apparently, there's a fence behind the cars. Where that fence is, because it don't look like a fence, all you can see is like trees and bushes and shit, right? It's Florida, so it's June also, so it's summertime. So there's definitely snakes out, right? So if you're walking around some bushes, regardless if it's a damn tree or whatever, it might even be a fucking iguana. You feel me? So yeah, that motherfucking cop turned his flashlight on because he was going around the back of the cars and it was pretty much almost dark. So yeah, you see that light come on. So I just really hope that's what if Ozone doesn't say it, I hope he definitely has already told the attorneys that there was a second cop, and then boom, they can just use the body cam footage because it shows enough to where it shows a cop. I'm telling you, and when it's in regular play, it's hard to see it, but if you slow it down, you see it. I believe they edited it the way they edited the video. I believe they took out maybe 2 or 3 seconds that would clearly show that cop, that second cop there. But they had it playing so fast and it switched to like a different scene so quick that a person, when they're thinking, okay, he's walking up to Ozone, their eyes is only going to be on Ozone. And I'm speaking on that from experience, right? The whole time, whenever I would watch that video, I'm like, all right, I got to figure out what's going on with this video. And then my focus would only be on Ozone because the body cam footage is basically the cop walking up to him. So you see that, and then I'm like, okay, what is Ozone doing wrong? Did he do anything wrong? But then, boom, I did a show with the new Black Panther Party, and it was literally speaking on, we think that there's 2 cops there, not just one. They were speaking on the way the arms was grabbing them, the angle. It didn't look like that's one person's arms, because like if you have your hands out like this on his shoulder, that's how it's gonna look. Like your arms are gonna be like this. It looked like one arm was coming like from here, and another arm was like from the side. It just didn't, you know what I'm saying? It just didn't look right. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look even deeper. So I slowed it down as slow as it would fucking go, and boom, that's whenever I seen the second cop walking around the fucking back of the car. Look, y'all, this ain't just no conspiracy theory. If you can, all you got to do is type in Otha Wallace. Otha was spelled Othal, and Wallace. Footage or no, don't type in trial because all it will pop up is the trial shit. You could just type in Otha Wallace accused of shooting a cop or something like that. Whatever you want to type in, that will be something like that. And then you watch the whole video. When you're on YouTube, when you're on YouTube, right? And you're watching a video. On the video, it shows autoplay, like right beside where the timestamp is, right? Right beside it, it'll have autoplay button to put autoplay is on or off. It'll have CC, which is the captions. Right beside CC, it'll have settings. You go to settings, right? It's going to be 3 things that pop up: annotations, playback speed, and quality. You're going to click playback speed because it's normal. Watching a video at regular speed, it's going to be on normal. You click that. You click it. And instead of going to normal, you're going to go all the way up to 0.25. That's the slowest that it goes. And the fastest that it goes is up to 2. So you go down to 0.25 for the speed, and I promise you, you will see exactly what the fuck I seen and what other people have seen. I'm not the only one that has seen it. I'm not the only one that has said, because whenever I spoke on it, I'm telling you, no one was speaking on this shit except for whenever I did the video with the Black Panthers, but they wasn't even speaking on it. They was talking about the arms, the angle of the arms. So I'm like, people wasn't really, they was like, that probably ain't gonna hold up in court. This was 2 years ago, y'all, that we talked about. It's crazy. But they're like, arms, that's gonna be hard to argue. So I just slow it down. And I'm like this. Replay. And then boom. When I seen it, I said, "Oh, like I swear, I got chills." It was like scary. It was like finding out some like a cold case. You know what I'm saying? Like chilling shit. You know what I'm saying? Like as if someone was like didn't expect it, and then they go down to someone's basement and they got body parts in jars of water or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh fuck. That's what it was like when I first seen it. And when I seen it, I'm sitting in the room by myself. I'm like, oh fuck. So I literally, the first thing I did was screen record the shit. Cause I'm like, if they try to take this video offline, it's so I'm telling you, I screen recorded it so many times. I sent it to different places, to people, saved it to different I'm telling you, I did everything I needed to in case they try to wipe it off the internet. Then I went live with the shit, and that's when people was like, holy shit. And then because of people having hate in their heart, the people that literally was like, damn, boss, you figured it out. There actually is a second cop. All of these people that was saying the shit, right? Literally turned the ones that they turned on me because I was lied on by Remy saying I was stealing money from selling t-shirts, right? I made these t-shirts so that Ozone could have commissary money. Because let's be real, people that's raising money still to this day, what are they thinking of? I mean, they're thinking right, but what are they thinking of? They're thinking of his legal defense or getting money to pay the attorneys. Literally. Which is nothing is wrong with that because it costs a lot. Y'all know that this was crazy. I didn't know this and I do believe they should have been a little more transparent with it because at the beginning, they was just saying, look, we got to raise this money. Once we raise that money, boom, it's over with type shit. They're saying that the money that's raised right now is just for the retainer. The retainer. Now, I'm going to keep it real. I don't know how much money has to be raised after that. I hope it's not like the same. Let me refresh the page. So when you go to othel.org, that's the place where you go to donate, right? So right now it's showing that there's $94,041.56. They raised about $3,000 today, which is great. The most that we ever raised, and I'll say that I was part of that fundraising. It was a few of us, right? We raised over $10,000 that day. It was crazy. You know, that's the power that we had when we all fucking came together, and instead of motherfuckers hating and all this shit, because it's supposed to be about helping Ozone, right? But people want to get all butthurt about personal shit, you know. And then now look, they're 94,000. Bro, we raised 10 racks in one fucking day, right? We did a 24-hour fundraiser. So see, I thought what it was that we all stayed up for 24 hours, kind of like a, you know, like, yeah, we're gonna stay up for 24 hours and we're gonna stay live. But I was the only one that went and did a full 24-hour live. Everybody else, they did segments. They tried to get me to do a segment. I said, no, bro. I thought I had already planned that I was gonna be on live for 24 hours straight. Right? No lie. But what they wanted to do was for me to go on Hosea, the bald-headed bitch. They wanted me to go on his show, right? From like 9 a.m. till noon. So basically, it really was going to be it did happen that way. A 24-hour live, what do you call it? For the fundraiser. But we're all going to have our own times. You know what I'm saying? So it's basically like, okay, what time can you do? Can you do? They wanted me to do 9 a.m. to noon, and I'm like, bro, no, I'm gonna be on my show, and what we were supposed to do was basically bind my show with Hosea, right? Like basically, I was gonna hit his link and share that live on my page, and then he was supposed to like hit the link on my show. It was basically going to be like this, you know, double live type of thing. And it just never happened. And a few people got butthurt about that because they felt like I was just trying to do it on my own. And I'm like, no, bro. It's a group effort. I help bring in money just like they help bring in money, right? But since that day, there still has not been $10,000 raised in one day. And it's because of people being in their fucking feelings. You know, like they say that they're wanting to help Ozone, but they're letting their personal issues get involved. Remy stole 20,000, over 20,000. Nobody's even talking about that no more. Nobody tried to get that money back. No one tried to I had to find out where he was. I found out where the fuck his bitch ass was, where his everything was. Basically, where any place that he might lay his fucking head. But we wasn't trying to be on no gangster shit or no shit like that. So I'm not no snitching type. So I'm like, okay, well, y'all the ones that are, y'all handle that shit. Because yeah, we didn't want no one else to be put in jail. So okay, well, $20,000, there's proof that he did it. Do something. Nothing was ever done. But then they wanted to bitch about me about some t-shirts, $25 t-shirts, right? I sold the first 4 that I sold. I still had the money for it, right? I was just gonna be saving it up until I sold all the shirts, and then I was gonna split like literally down the middle to re-up to get because I made the t-shirts myself, but I had to buy the t-shirts, you know. So I was gonna split, and then whatever money was left over was gonna I was gonna send it to the commissary, and then the other was gonna be to re-up on t-shirts. That way I can continue selling the t-shirts to keep it was like a small business idea, you know. Instead of me constantly coming out my pocket, I was like, look, I'll spend about $90 to $100 on just t-shirts, right? That will literally make it to where I don't have to come out of my pocket no more. I just use that $90 to $100 or whatever to buy t-shirts, sell them, and I know how to re-up. If you know how business works, you gotta have product. You can't just spend your fucking profit all. No, you gotta re-up. I know how that goes. So I chose, okay, this percentage will be sent to his commissary. This percentage will be to get more t-shirts. It also depended on if I had a big order, because before I started selling t-shirts, I had like 30 people that said they wanted a t-shirt. So guess what I did? I made way more than 30, right? Tell me why whenever I was like, all right, they're ready. I want to say 5 people hit me up and was like, yeah, I need this. I need this. I need that. Right. I'm like, where's everybody else? I literally made the t-shirts specifically for y'all, like their sizes. Like I didn't just be like, all right, I'm just going to just make the t-shirt. No, I said, what size do you wear? And they told me, and I made all these t-shirts and sat on them pretty much, because for real, I'm like, what the? I literally, if someone is extra small, and now I don't find no one else that's an extra small, okay, now I just fucking spent my money and made that t-shirt for nothing. Y'all gotta understand the money and I know I've already explained this before, but I know there's people out there that try to lie on me constantly, still to this day. They don't get it. I was so fucking transparent, like once I exposed Remy for stealing, he was one of the few that was able to call and do all this other shit with Ozone. He was able to talk to Ozone. I wasn't. All right. There was the most of like it was like a few, like less than 5 people that was talking to him at first. So basically, they would talk to him. They'd give me information, and whole seat. We was the only 2 at that time that would give people information about Ozone. No cap. But basically, yeah, like I'm like, okay, do these t-shirts. So Remy got a hold of Ozone, and he went and lied and said, hey, there's this guy named Boss Talk. He's making t-shirts with your name on it and pocketing the money. So of course, Ozone, he's feeling like, so he's using my pain and what I'm going through to make money instead of trying to help me. So, and he knew of who I was, right? But at the time, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure he even knew me as Boss Talk. I'm pretty sure. But I do know when I first met him, I didn't go by Boss Talk. I went by my first name. That's what my podcast used to be. My first name, podcast, right? And then I just switched it to, yeah, I'm like, look, we're going to switch it. The name is Boss Talk, right? So, but either way, he believed it because he thought he could trust Remy. He didn't know that Remy had stole at this time. So he thought, oh, okay, well, shut that down. Nobody could shut shit down. Just like if someone is trying to do, like, sell a t-shirt that says, hashtag Boss Talks Podcast. Technically, I can't do nothing about it. Because guess what? Look at this. You see this shit? Nobody has this shit patented or what's the word I'm looking for? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I said patent. Like, like a copyright thing, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody. And Ozone is his nickname. Ozone is also a layer of the motherfucking sky. Yeah, copyright. That's the layer of the sky. So it was an argument. I'm like, they got me fucked up, trying to tell me that I can't do what I'm gonna do. But at first, I was like, you know what? I know Ozone it can't see Facebook. I mean YouTube or Facebook, whatever. And then I knew that Remy was in his ear, because you got to understand, it was a group effort of us trying to figure out what Remy was doing. I did mention, hey y'all, don't say anything, because this was crazy. I'm like, all right, what's his last name? I don't know. Y'all don't know his last name? I'm like, whose guy is this? Who personally knows him? I mean, we was on a phone call with like 6 people. And they're like, I mean, we don't know him. We just know that he said he was friends with Ozone, which Ozone did say, yeah, they were friends, but they met in the NFAC, right? The NFAC, they made train. I don't know how often it's a big group. They're all when they would go to the different places that they would meet up at, right? When they would leave, guess what? They would go back to their home state. People was from all over the country. You feel me? So that's pretty much where they knew each other. They marched together and all that. So as far as knowing each other, they knew of each other. They didn't know, like, Remy probably doesn't know what Ozone's daughter's name is. That's knowing somebody, like knowing them. But knowing of them is like knowing of them, just like y'all know of me. But you don't know me, you know. But at the same time, when he lied and said I was pocketing money, I had only sold 4 t-shirts. And this is what I wanted to do, to be transparent. I said, everyone that buys a t-shirt, put it on, take a picture of you in it, and I'm gonna post it on my live. That right there, if I told everybody the t-shirts are $25, right, that would give everybody a chance to count my pockets type shit. That's like a receipt. Okay, he got 4 or 5 people up there, 5 or 4 times 25. That's 100. You see what I'm saying? So it was one of those to be transparent, but also to be like, okay, I'm also going to show the people that helped out, that bought a t-shirt, that's putting on for Ozone, that's trying to raise money for him type shit. But I literally only had 4 sold by the time Remy went and lied on me. So Ozone, when I found out that he said, tell him I don't want him selling anything in my name, right? At first, I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna argue it, because I mean, real shit, can't no one tell me to do shit. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and stop, because I understand I can't be mad because he does not know the truth. He can't see the truth. He's being lied to. So I'm working behind the scenes, like talking to people that do talk to him, and I'm like, y'all need to tell him the truth. Tell him that Remy is the one that stole. Remy also, he took my idea to make t-shirts, right? Let me rephrase that. He was supposed to make t-shirts. Now, I'm not going to say he didn't sell any, but people was reaching out to Michi X, right? Telling her, Remy posted it. And see, look, I showed the t-shirts like this. I said, look, they're ready. He showed like a picture. you know how you can like go and like basically edit a picture and be like, yeah, this is kind of how I want it. It was a print off. And he just showed something from off the internet, not a real T-shirt that is like in his hand. He just showed like a picture, and you could tell it was like a rough draft of the picture. $50, $50 make you holler, right? Is how much he was charging. He knew I was charging 25. He bumped it up twice as much, right? So, and yeah, they had some of them, or the pictures had pictures of Ozone, or the T-shirts had pictures of Ozone, and it said like some other shit, right? Okay, that's cool. Mine's just simple. Hashtag free Ozone, right? So people was sending him money, and he was not sending them T-shirts. That's exactly what they told Michi X, because she did a show saying what is this I'm hearing about these T-shirts that that are being made and the money's being pocketed. He goes on her show, and because she wanted to talk to him. This motherfucker gonna say, "No, that's not me. That's Boss Talk." So she's like, "I've been hearing about this motherfucker Boss Talk. Who is he?" Right? She was getting mad because she's trying to help take up for Ozone. And she told him, she's like, "Well, I'm not gonna lie. They didn't say Boss Talk." She's like, "I've heard of them. I've heard certain things about them, but she said, I literally have messages that say I sent money to Remy for a T-shirt, and he didn't send me a T-shirt or my refund." She even said, "I haven't heard that about Boss Talk, but you're saying that." She had basically just heard other stuff about me, or just my name in general. And so when I same show, when he got off, because she wasn't allowing people to come on the show while he was on, so I hit the link. I put my name on there, and that guy Z Banga was running the live. She was just basically on his live for some reason. I think she might have been in YouTube jail or something. I don't know, Facebook or whatever it was. But basically, she had to go through his live. So he's like, "I got Boss talking here. You want to talk to him?" She said, "Yeah, bring him on." So it was positive from the. I mean, it was positive for real. Like, she wasn't like hateful with me. I wasn't hateful with her. And straight up, I was just like, "Hey, Remy's a fucking lie. He stole over 20,000." And then I just told her the same story I just told y'all about how I was showing my receipts, proof of the T-shirts I was selling, and yeah. But then I told her, I said, "Look, at first I stopped. I granted him Ozone his wish, and I stopped selling the T-shirts. But then I ain't gonna lie, Ozone did make me mad, because he was going on certain shows saying, I don't know who the fuck he is. He's using my name for," and I'm like, okay, look, I understand he doesn't know the truth and all that, but I'm not that type to just sit there and put up with nothing. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. I've already told this story. Me and Ozone have argued before. It was basically it was because of me. Basically, this person he was the only Ozone I had ever seen in this small world of YouTube, right? So then I seen this other name. It said Ozone something. I can't remember the name. Ozone something. So I thought that was Ozone. And he was supposed to not be cool with Taharka Bay. But that other Ozone, who I thought was Ozone, was like talking like, hey, bro, I love you, like, respect, like, basically like he fucks with them. And I'm like, so I hit him up on IG, and I'm like, "Bro, what type of shit is this? How the fuck you gonna go and be cool with the enemy, and So yeah, he says, first off, when you basically approach me, you come with respect or some shit like that. And you know, he was like, I don't know who the fuck that Ozone person name is. He's like, and then he told me what his YouTube name is. And I said, "Oh shit." I said, "Then that's my bad, bro." I said, I'm man enough to apologize that I'm wrong." I said, "But at the same time, I'm not sorry, because if that was you, this is how it would be. That's how I would really feel." I said, "You gotta understand. I thought that was you. So man to man, I came to you instead of talking behind your back. I came to you to check you about it because I thought it was you." So from then on, he said, "I understand." He said, "No hard feelings. I respect it." And that was that. That's exactly how it went. And we squashed it, you know? We was cool after that, for real. And yeah, so when he was going on, he went on to Harker Bay show, and like I said, remember, I went off on him because I thought he was on Tarka Bay show talking all, cool with him and shit, right? So then when he's in jail, what does he do? He goes on Tarka show. He goes on Doofus' show. And I'm like, man, there's so many other shows that he could have went on Michi X show. She has a bigger platform than both of them put together. So I'm like, I'm not understanding, right? So yes, I was like, because I'm being transparent with y'all right now. 100. I've already said this, but some of y'all are new and may get confused when y'all hear certain shit. So I'm telling you what it is. So yeah. So since I was getting a little pissed off that my name was being lied on and that Ozone believed it and was sticking with this. So I'm like, fuck this. Y'all want a t-shirt? Y'all can get it. What's up, bro? How's your day? Good. What's up? I'll be there in a little bit. But yeah, like I said, it's still gonna be $25 because I done made these t-shirts. I still had a lot left. Because I only sold 4. And and that 4, over time, I would have split it. So that 4, that's $100, right? I could have split that and got more t-shirts and then sent 50, right? But no, I said, you know what? I'm a real man of my fucking word. So I just sent the whole 100 to his commissary. Show that proof, that receipt. You get the receipt through email. I've shown. I still got that. But then certain people was like, yeah, I still want a t-shirt. And I said, okay, but I need everyone to understand that it's not the same rules as before. I know I was like, I know I told you when y'all buy it that the money is gonna go to his commissary. I said, now it's not. I said, because he doesn't want me selling these t-shirts. He's mad at me and all this. I said, but now I'm disrespected. I was like, because I put in a lot of time on here trying to help him. And I didn't do nothing wrong, right? So I was like, no. I'm getting my fucking money back off these t-shirts that I worked hard on making, and which I didn't mind. And also put my money into it. So I said, no, I'm getting my fucking money back. I'm selling these t-shirts if anybody wants them. But I had to let them know, understand, it will not be going to his commissary or to the legal fund. It's going to go to my pocket because I fucking paid for this shit. So I want my money back. It's just like if someone does bad business, like if you buy something and they played you. It wasn't what you thought it was. No, fuck that. I want my money back. So that's just what it was. But I was transparent. It wasn't like I said, yeah, y'all, t-shirts are still for sale. I'm gonna send the rest to to the commissary. I didn't lie, nothing like that. That would be where it would be fucked up if I did that. But no, I let everyone know before they bought them, the rest of them, which they didn't buy all of them. I still have T-shirts. Some like the box where I had the majority. Don't know where the fuck they are at, honestly. Like they're somewhere. I gotta find them. But um, I still have T-shirts. I did not sell them all, and it's just crazy that still to this day, every so often I hear the T-shirt situation get brought up, and I'm like, man, did y'all even listen to what I said, or do y'all not want to listen? Because I understand people the people that don't even know Ozone, right? May have just watched his videos maybe once or twice, but then when they see what's going on, they're like, "Oh, damn, I know who that is. I've watched one of his videos before." Type niggas, you know what I'm saying? And now they think they're day ones and all this shit, so they're trying to, I understand, take up for him and all that. Like I'm taking up for him right now. I'm not speaking on this to put him down or to talk shit. No, it's simply to y'all. I have since 2 years ago when all this happened. I've got probably about 1,000 more subscribers since then. And there's so many people that I see in the comments. It's like even today, 4 or 5 people said they don't know anything about what's going on. They just kind of hear bits and pieces of it, but they don't know everything. And I do because I was there, from the get-go. For sure. Yeah, I don't mind, like, because I don't like Mama Red, she's one that's been around for a cool minute. I don't come on here to bullshit. I'll stay the fuck off of here if I am to bullshit. If I want to bullshit, I'm not gonna. There's just, I'm not the type that comes on here doing this shit for money. People like my ticker. It shows my Cash App. I don't come on here and be like, hey, y'all, I do this for y'all. Y'all pay me. I have that Cash App up so that no one has to ask me, because that's literally what it's for. It's so people don't have to ask me if that's what they want to do. If people want to donate to me, I salute it, but I'm not expecting it. I had too many people try to tell me, then take your ticker down. Okay, so when I take my ticker down, I guarantee you, as soon as I take my ticker down, someone's going to be like, what's your Cash App? So I just, and honestly, the ticker, since I have the ticker on, every time I start a video, it just automatically pops on there. I don't have to click an extra button for the ticker to come on. Since I have it turned on, as soon as I start a video, it's already on there. So sometimes I'll forget the ticker's up until I look down to see that it's going by. But yeah, I don't do this for money. Now I will be 100 with you. If I was to sit here and YouTube made me enough money that I'm like, now I would spend way more time on here. I mean that's what people do. If they're making money on this bitch, they're gonna be like, okay, well then I'm gonna give y'all more content, or I'm gonna spend more time on here with y'all because y'all are paying me or whatever. But at the moment, I come on here and this is how it's been. I come on here to update y'all, to chop it up with y'all, or anything like that. It's nothing grimy, nothing like that. I'm not that type of guy. So yeah, it's just the whole backstory, the whole story of all this. It's really it's I mean it's over 2 years of shit that's went on. So me speaking of it, there's just a lot that I could talk about that I feel like I'll be on here for a few more hours trying to talk about it, and I still probably wouldn't get all of it out. So, y'all, I think I'm about to get off here. I know nobody hit the link or nothing, but I've been on here for and y'all already know during the during the day I don't ever really go live like this because it's a weekday, like getting money, gotta get money, right? You gotta work and all that shit. So today was just one of those days where I was like, okay, I can try to make that happen. So I think trial is tomorrow. I want to say it's every day. I can't. I'm not sure, to be honest, but I know that I probably won't be able to get right on. Like as soon as if his court is at 9, I don't think I can just be sitting here waiting for it to start and then stay on here for 3-4 hours. Because if I did that, look, y'all already know how it is. That'd be like if wherever y'all work, which I work for myself, my own boss. If I was to work at a factory or something, and I was like, you know what, I can't go in today because I gotta do a live. You're gonna lose your job. So it's the same fucking way in a sense. If you work for yourself, if I did that, I would lose clients. They'd be like, nah, like consistency is everything in business. In business. Oh, I mean, how would you feel if you pulled up to Burger King or whatever fucking fast food you like, and every time you showed up, there was like, hey, we're not ready right now. Can you come back like 20 minutes? And you come back and they're still not ready, and then you'd be like, fuck it, I'm going to a different Burger King or I'm going somewhere else. You're not gonna wait. That's just how it is, If people is trying to spend money on whatever it is, you doing a job for them or whatever. If you got coffee mugs you're trying to sell, if they're wanting a coffee mug and you're procrastinating, they're just gonna go get a coffee mug from somewhere else. It's common sense. So I don't know what time I will be live, or if I will be live tomorrow. I'm gonna try to, stay up to date on it for sure, and update y'all, and like I like coming on here and going live and reacting with y'all, But now I'm gonna try to like set it up to where we have a few people on here and we can react to it all together, talk about it and shit, a panel. But yeah, like I said, I know some people that literally went or is there. They're in Florida. They was in the courthouse, but I wouldn't be able to have them on my live while the court is going because they're gonna be there. They're literally gonna be in the courtroom. So yeah. But with that being said, I love y'all. Yeah, I guess it's time for me to go ahead and get off. Like, um, I ain't gonna lie, I spent a little longer than I should, but I ain't gonna lie, like, I definitely, even if I got off live, I still would have been watching the the trial because yeah, this whole time, these 2 years, we've been sitting on the same news, the same old bullshit, you know, which now we're here finding out that it's all most of it, a lot of it was lies. Like they said it was only 29 seconds. Damn, I keep hitting my ring on this motherfucker. I'm gonna be pissed off if I do that and shit just shatters. It's my whole desk is glass. But yeah, I'm a if they keep on coming up with these fucking lies, I hope they're catching them. I hope they're writing down every lie. Like, well, at the beginning, they said they only had 29 seconds of it. I mean, even if that doesn't matter, um, oh my goodness, I'm about to just take this fucking thing off. It keeps just put my phone up and it just clink, clink, fucking clink. But yeah, trying to think. Like I said earlier, yeah, it's 9/11, so hopefully nobody on here lost anybody in the towers or anything like that. That was a fucked up day, you know. Honestly, I think there's a new movie. It's either a new movie or a show. I can't remember about 9/11. I might watch that today. Which I'm gonna keep it real. As far as what they have told us about 9/11, I don't believe it all. I'm on some extra shit, and I'll just leave it at that because I know that's a touchy topic, and there's people that literally will cry over that subject. So I'm not the type that is gonna sit here and try to say something to upset somebody that when it comes to that type shit. But I will say, like, we was lied to about what happened, even though it did happen. One plane did fly into the World Trade Center, but nobody can sit here and tell me that they saw the first plane fly into the building. There's no footage of it. And yeah, there may be some actors, some what is that? Forgot what they call them. Basically, like yeah, for sure. Like I believe it was an explosion. Because there's cameras. All those tall buildings, they have cameras up there for a reason, for weather, just all types of shit. I'm sure y'all, when y'all see on the news, if y'all live in a certain city that has the biggest fucking building in your city, they're gonna have a camera up there. So if there's a tornado or if they're trying to look at the weather, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, the blah 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 tower. And then yeah, they're gonna show that if there's a big tornado, they're gonna show the fucking tornado from that big ass building, so yeah, in New York, there's a bunch of fucking cameras. One of them should have caught a low flying plane into which they caught the second one, but there's no footage of the first building with the plane flying through it. But that's just me. But I love y'all. Y'all have a good rest of the day. And yeah, I'm about to go do what I do. You know, you already know. But yeah, I don't know. I might be on tomorrow. Just yeah, y'all know how it is. I'll never promise I'll be live. But y'all definitely if y'all haven't, please do hit the thumbs up because look, this is about getting the information out to people that don't know. It's a serious case. This dude is literally facing the death penalty. And yeah, I know really we can't change nothing, but at the same time, there's a lot of people out there that are paying attention to this shit. So yeah, like definitely hit the thumbs up to support Ozone. Go donate if you can to othel.org. This is what it is. I just put that up. That's exactly how you spell it. Put it this way, you'll know it. You'll know when you get to the website, you'll know that's what it is. It's like if you have a computer, at the top, it's just gonna have an O, and it's gonna say Othel Wallace in the tab, and it's gonna say plap.fund, right? And it's gonna say Othel Wallace Legal Defense Fund. It's gonna be a picture of him and 3 kids, right? And it's gonna show you how much fucking money has been raised, how many donations. That's what's cool too. Like, and they also like when you donate, you can put your name. You can put whatever you want. You can put free ozone. You can put anonymous, anything. You also what you can do is this is man, this is some transparent ass shit. You can literally from day, I'm talking about the first donation. There's 1,654 donations, right? You can literally scroll and look at every donation, how much it is, what day and what time they sent it, all the way down to the fucking first donation. So for those that may be feeling like man, I don't want to be scammed or this shit, because you gotta understand that guy that was running the last web, not this website. It was a totally different one. And they made it to where not only one person can be basically in control of the site. Basically, lesson learned type shit. Because the last time they pretty much allowed Remy to be in charge of it, because when we started raising money, he was the first one to get to $10,000, right? When everyone else was like, yeah, I got 500 raised or I got 1,000, he was like, I got 10,000 raised. So it was like, oh shit, that motherfucker already got 10 racks. So yeah, we need a link with him. Who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm Remy's homie, or Remy. I'm Ozone's homie, right? So that's how it all started. He had raised 10,000, and people was just like, oh shit, whatever he's doing is working. So we need to link with him. That way we can get this money. So they pretty much allowed him to kind of take over, and everyone was like, all right, he started this little, like, it was like a GoFundMe in a way. But yeah, he started that, and basically y'all send it to this website, but he was in control of it. So that's how he was able to not spend. Well, he did spend, but still the over 20 racks, because not only did he have the website, he was in control of a fucking Cashapp. He had the website, and then randomly was like, Hey y'all, I also got a Cash App y'all can use. That Cash App was going directly to Remy's bank account. Like, so that's why I say it's over 20,000 for sure, because we don't know how much he took off of the Cash App. It's shit's crazy. Like, oh man. But I could keep talking about that because but yeah. Like I said, it's super transparent. Like I said, it even shows you this little. It's like a little graph. The current goal is 160,000, right? You can click that. It looks like a little meter, right? And you just keep clicking that, and like it says, current goal. It looks like a thermometer, not a meter, a thermometer, and it shows a current goal. The goal was to reach 160,000, and they're at 90,000. It shows 94,000, but there's a fee for this website, right? Remember how I was saying earlier? There's no website that has $20,000 fee. Okay, their chart right now it's $3,595.99, basically to take that money off, right? They're gonna charge. It's just like Cash App. Once you get the Cash App and you cash it out instantly, it's gonna charge you a fee, right? So it's just like that. Like on $94,000 raised, 3,500 is how much you got to pay in fees. So technically, they just now, even though it says 94,000, technically they just now breached 90,000. It shows 9,400 has been raised, but really with the fees taken off, 90,000 is really how much? 90,445. But the current goal is 160,000. But if you click that that meter, the thing that looks like a thermometer thing, if you click it, it'll turn purple. It says next goal, right? And that next goal says 440,000. I don't really know if that's really how much they actually are needing, or if that's just a goal. Because when you click it again, it says a major goal, and that's $1 million. So I don't know if they make you do that, like when you sign up, if they're like, okay, you got to start off with what's your current goal, what's the first goal, and then from then on, like, okay, and then after that, I think there's 3 choices that you got to pick from. So yeah, I know they don't need $1 million. Now, if someone was to donate and $1 million was raised, it's his money, but yeah, y'all definitely don't have to, feel like you cannot trust in the Otho.org. It's legit. And like I said, there was over yeah, I think it was over or right at $3,000 raised today. So that is what's up, So yeah, I love y'all, and y'all have a good one, and I'm out this motherfucker.